Hello guys, welcome to this video here where I will be taking you through the impact production tutorial slash training material we have available. Everything's available in our actual wiki, but as like an added extra thing to make it easier for you guys, I'm going to take you through the whole training here, explain what is meant and give some extra detail than there is on the actual physical training. But well, as I usually say, without further ado, let's just get going. So what you can see here on my screen is I am on the internet. I have Google open, so you don't even have to find the direct link for the Impact Wiki. You simply just write for Google here, Impact Wiki, and here you go, the Impact Wiki from StruSoft. What we're going to do is we're going to do the impact production training material now. So for all of you guys who are going to use impact production in any sort of way, this is where you want to be. This is the video you want to watch from start to end. So we go down, we go to the left, and you have this courses, impact for production. Let's start here. If I hold Control down now and roll with my mouse, I can zoom in a little bit. So what I'm going to do now is I'm simply going to go through this with you. I'm going to open up the software. We're going to do exactly what the training material says. Maybe you'll see me changing shirt. Maybe you'll even see me changing room through the video here as I'm going to go through the whole thing, and it might take me more than a day to record this, of course. So let's just get started. Impact production training material. So this is an extended course for impact production version 17.1/17.2, which is the newest versions available right now. We will be providing you with a sample project, which I'm going to show you how to get as well. And there are two different ways of addressing the course, which comes somewhere in the middle, where one is you're testing on our test database, and the other one is you have your own database to work on. So I will be using our test database, but I will show you the tools later anyway for the guys who need to set up your own environment. For the guys testing on our test database, you will simply not be available to do that because you do not have administrator rights. So in the training material, as you can see here, importantly there is a lot of notes and there is a lot of important notes. These are used to emphasize tips and tricks that will be very useful to you guys. The first very important note for us to see is the one below. In the training, we are using primarily text to explain all of the functions and features of impact production. The pictures and movie files support the text and not the opposite. So in this tutorial video here, you will get all of the text, you'll get all of the pictures, all of the movie files, as well as a live project being done also. So you can see there's a table of contents and so on below. We're not going to need that. We're simply just going to either hit start or hitting here. So now we've started. It's taken me 3 minutes to introduce you guys. We are completely into it now. So a user needs a general understanding of impact production and its specific functionalities. When the training is complete, the user should be able to use impact for rough and fine planning his precast elements. So in the following chapters, we'll explore the meaning of what does rough planning mean, of course, and fine planning, as well as the functionalities used in correspondence. So before we start here, it is a little bit important to understand the different types of software that we're going to use. So you'll find the abbreviations that will be used in the training for it as well. So we're going to use the Impact Project Manager, which is our main tool for a precast project. We always start in the Project Manager by creating a project, and we use it a lot for the rough planning and project planning phase, as well as model visibility, transport planning, communication in between users in the project, and so on. The abbreviation for Project Manager is PM. I will try to see if I can say Project Manager always in the video here, if I remember, of course. The Impact Resource Manager is the main tool for production planners and top-level management. So hardcore, as I will say, planners that are really good at it will plan multiple projects at the same time across maybe even multiple factories. This is where you can do this. This is also where you do the settings. This is also where you can do overview reports such as bar charts, controls, disorders, rejection, storage locations for all of your elements across projects, and much, much more. The Impact Cast Planner, simply said, is the tool we use to plan the cast or the production of the elements. We use the abbreviation CP for this here. And Impact Stack and Transport Planner, SP and TP here, are to plan your stacks and your truckloads for delivery, of course, in full 3D as well. Then the last one to be explained here is Impact Go, which is simply the mobile app that we use to, glue together everything and conduct the quality assurance, status handling, and so on. So now we've talked about what does all these things mean, and I'm going to show you all the software later. Don't you worry. We'll have to explain the process a little bit. For you guys, this might be boring. Nick spent 6 minutes so far. We haven't even opened the software yet. But if you spend these 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 15 minutes, it'll be at the end. You will understand Impact before you start using it, which will give you a very, very good edge compared to when using it. So we have two phases that we call the planning phase and the execution phase, and the rough and the fine planning as well. And every phase has these sub-processes. So basically, without me just reading everything of the text, we will go through the planning phase where we will start from erecting the elements, work our way backwards to the drawings, erection dates, transport dates, production cast dates, drawing dates. And then we'll move into the actual execution, which is finishing the drawings, planning, detailed planning and producing the elements, detailed planning and transporting the elements, detailed planning and actually erecting the elements. So the last thing we need to address here in this introduction chapter, as it says, is how the Impact database handles precast elements. So basically, Impact is a database. Without data, it's empty. So we need to create elements in order to be able to work with these modules. So I can't just open Impact and say you're going to do this, this, and this, because we actually need elements to be able to plan them, of course. There's a lot of properties, there's a lot of information. You can do it in a lot of different ways. But that's actually what we want to start with, of course, to get something in. So now we're getting into chapter 1. Shall we call it that? We will create a project, add some rough planning settings, activate the modules. So first of all, what you do is, now you're sitting your training. You really want to check if the connection to the server connect is active, and then you will open the project manager. I am going to check here. And this is unfortunately on my other screen. I think you will bear with me. I will open up the server connect here, move it to this screen, of course, for you guys. I am connected to webinars and tryouts. It is me who is connected. I connected at this date and time, and so on and so forth. That is perfect. So now I'm going to open the project manager. Here it doesn't say how to open the project manager. It just says, hey, open the project manager. Usually the way I do it is I write Impact Project Manager, and I'll open it. And here we have it opened. So we're already in the next step. So here we'll say it will only allow you to open projects and maybe not create anything new the first time you actually open it, or after a crash or something like that. That can be because the modules are not activated. So this is the first real lesson. When you open up the project manager, you need to go in, press the back button, go to modules, and then you need to switch on the modules you're going to use. Transport planning, stack planning, simulation, erection planning, cast planning. I can turn them on and off. You can see changes down here. I can even turn off the project manager, which will turn all of these off and on again. Simple as that. Really, really, really simple. But it's important to know this. So then we have our first note. The start page of the project manager can be used to find useful information about our software, such as new release notes, future webinars, and nice articles about how Impact is used in real life projects. Let's just go back to home here, or to start, sorry, and check that. As you can see here, any project I have here, which I have pinned or recent or anything like this, you will see to the right information about the project, of course, but you will have this change notes and newest versions of Impact, where we can go in and check the tool of Impact we're using. And we even also have planned release dates and release dates of the newest version. So here can you see the used versions I'm sitting on right now. As you can see here, we also have Impact blog and news, which you can click into. You'll get to a website. You'll be able to read the newest things, check out the blog. Are there any webinars available, and so on. So now we want to create a project. Press new to create a project. The only thing that is necessary to fill out is the project number. This can be only 12 characters long. You cannot use spacing. You can use underscore, of course. So you will fill out your name and then underscore and 01. In the case of Thomas, who wrote this actual training, it's going to be Thomas 01. The project number is not editable, so make sure that it matches the number of the project in your maybe finance system or other system, so you can match it up. There are many, many fields that you can fill out in the Create New Project dialog box, and from the title of the project to the address of it. You can explore the General tab and the Addresses tab for future reference, of course. We're not going to need it now. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to hit New Project. So as you guys can see, this is really slow. We're taking you through everything step by step, making sure you get everything, you remember everything, you know how to do everything. Nick underscore 01. If your name is longer than 12 characters, maybe you should just write Nick, as I said, instead of Nikolai. I will add in just this extra thing for this project. Project title, project description. Maybe instead of project description, I will actually write Impact Production Training Video. You'll see this later where this pops up. The other fields that are here are a lot about drawings and settings on this. So for the production, we don't really need more than this right now. I'll hit OK. So now we created our very first own project. And we will switch on our modules as we did before. In my case, I will go in and even say again to open the project here because I actually had the modules closed down for this. So here you will see my new project, and we have created that one. So let's go back to the training material. What should we do now? So except for this project number, we also want to fill out the project dependencies. So I actually closed down this box here to create a project, but I need to fill out the dependencies also in this one. So how do I do that? So it says fill out the dependencies as shown below under the planning tab and press OK. 1217, 1215, and so on and so forth. These are the days in between your differences of your other dates. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to that one. But before we go back, we have some notes. Try to make different dependency dates for different element types. You can make whatever you want. These are only working days. As another note, that means that a week is considered 5 days if you're not working Saturday and Sunday, which we normally aren't in the software, but of course you can. If you want the dependencies to actually happen, then after you press OK, you will need to restart Project Manager. So we can do that as well. We'll go in. Since I already created the project, I'll just click the name to the left, click Project Properties, and you can see in the second tab here, go to Planning, we have our dependencies, beams, columns, hollow core walls, insulated walls, sandwich walls, double walls, slabs, and so on and so forth. So you can go in and you can change the difference between the production date and the storage date and the delivery date and the erection date, or the drawing date and the production date, of course. So that's fine. We will use the dependencies. We will get warnings also if they will not be fulfilled. All of that is good. Just for reference, what you do then to actually restart Impact Project Manager, you simply hit OK in this case. Everything will fall through. Just to make 100% sure, what you're going to do is you're going to close this and you're going to open it again. Then we are 100% sure all the changes we've done will take effect. So now it will open. It'll take a few seconds to open. You can see it's already down here, almost open already. Meanwhile, it's doing that. We will continue to the next part of our training here. So now we get to the next part, which is the project manager's layouts. Explain how to create your own layout as well. So you're still not planning anything in Impact, please do not skip these parts. You're going to need to know this about the layouts. You're going to need to know this about creating, restarting, all of that to work efficiently. So stay with me here. Do not fast forward through these things. Watch them, follow them, do it yourself as well. Do these exercises. This is going to complete your knowledge about Impact, making you a much more advanced user with just a few minutes of extra training or tutorial knowledge or whatever we're going to call it. So before we import anything or make anything, we'll explain the layouts of the project manager. So the project manager is restarted. We can open our project again if we want to. So let's open up the project I created, Nick_01. And there you can see. So on the left, we have the project browser, which is here. In the middle, the model view. To the right, you will most likely get the elements or drawing properties. All the windows are movable. You just need to drag and drop them to where you want them. Follow the GIF below. So you can see we take from the right, move it to the left. Make it a little bit bigger maybe even. I'll go in and open, take the properties, move them down here, maybe make this one a little bit bigger. Already now we have more space for the model, the planning stuff, and so on, if this is how we like it, of course. As you can see here, we talk about the modules again. Remember the first chat we had about modules 10 minutes ago? Here you can add and open up these, of course, as well. You can move everything. That means that if you go in, and I go in and I turn on the modules, you can see the cast planning module. I can take my cast planning and I can move it to a different screen to the right here, to the bottom of this window. Do the same with this one here, even down here as well. Or I can simply just drop it down where I left it off. So in this way, you can move everything to the way that you like it. Once you got it the way you like it, you go back and save it. So how do you save it? This is the best layout for you now. You go back to View, you go to Layout, you save the window layout, and you give it maybe your own name. So we're just going to do that. But before doing that, we'll check the notes again. You can save both a local and a common layout, meaning local is for you, me, I'll save my own. But you can save a common one for everybody in the company to use also. If you close Project Manager, then it should remember the last layout that you used when reopening it. So let's just go and save it before jumping to the next one. Go to View, Layouts, Save Window Layout, Nix, Save. That's it. Now it's saved. I can work like this. I will not have my properties over here. I can move it however I want. So in the View tab, other than this, you have another few settings that you can do to optimize your performance or get you better detail. Get it to look more crispy, more nice. And then there is a note in this one. In special cases where you have extremely large models, for example, projects with more than 20,000 precast elements, high detail, and so on and so forth, you can scale down the detail a little bit. So I will show you just here. If you can see here over, you have visual style. This is for the 3D model mainly. We'll get that very soon. We have detail, shadows, different types of projection, anti-aliasing, which has off. The only thing this does is make the model look more smooth. We even have a button, which is not mentioned maybe, is performance mode. Do you want it to be fast? So that's it about the settings. Maybe we'll get back to them, but you can play around with the settings here in your actual model. So we looked at that. There's a little bit different layouts and how to move these things back and forth and so on. It's time to bring in some elements. So we'll jump to the next part of the training. And I will click here. So firstly, in this case, we're starting very simple. We will need elements to work with. We want to import this project here. Where do I get it? Simply click it, download it. To somewhere where we will remember where it is. And then we follow these steps. You go in to the Start view in the Project Manager. You go to Import Project Source File. You will name the project. You will click the box Open Project after it's been imported, and then you will import. Note, write the same project number as the previous ones we used, and then this empty project that we have will be overwritten. Then you will hit yes on the following warning if you want to replace the project. This will take a minute or two. So you will wait until the following window pops up and just wait. Take half a cup of coffee. Wait. Done, imported, show log. You will just press no. This is more if there's some errors or something that you can press yes. Remember to select the box for opening the project after you import so you do not have to find the project yourself. So let's go in, import that project that we just downloaded. I'm going to hit the import button here. And that will take us to the import. We'll import a project, find the source file. Mine is in downloads, which is also where yours will be if you just download it. Training project, open. The target project will not be training. It will be Nikolai_01 or your name _01. The target standard will be the standard that you have. If you're training, you only have this one. If you have your own standard, you also only have one, which is just a different name. I want to open the project after it has been imported. That was the very important thing it said. And then we will hit import. Do you want to replace? Yes, I want to replace. That's it. Now we've done this, we'll give it a few seconds. We'll wait as it's importing. So while this one is importing, why just sit around? We might as well continue in our little training here. So the next one is important information about impact. Now that when we will show elements in the model view, it is important to mention the difference between element marks and element IDs. So what is an element mark? An element mark is a name that we give to every element. It can be the same mark for elements that have the same drawing. It might be you have 10 walls that are the exact same. They can have the mark wall 1, whereas IDs is a unique number automatically given from impact. For each project, it will usually start from 1. That will separate each element from the other. So that means those 10 walls that are identical will be named, have IDs from 1 to 10, but have a mark of 1 only. There is no way to change or manipulate the ID in the system. This is fixed and given by the system. If you delete an element, create a new one, even though they're the same mark, they will have a new ID. So this takes us to, try to select some elements to see the different properties actually. And the property window looks something like below. So let's get back to our project manager and have a look. And here we'll let it finish importing the project. I will have a sip of coffee and we'll be back in a minute. So now the project is imported. Show log. What did Thomas write in his training material? Just click no. In this case, you're not going to need it. So with our new layout that we just made, the project is going to load. So you can see at the bottom, it's a little bit small here. It'll start to create all the elements in 3D, jumps over to a 3D model here as well, and creates them. I'm just going to go away from our cast planning where you can see other projects. So you should get something when you import the project that looks like this. Maybe your colors, as you can see, these are set to none. This will show the actual colors of the elements. It might be set to status also, but you can change it up here. So let's get back to our training, see what's up next. So now that we have the project created, we can see the project in the browser that it consists of one building and 3 floors. Every floor has its own structure with element types underneath. Under every element type, you will find the impact element mark, and next to it is a number that is called the ID, which is the mark and ID that we were just talking about. If I go in here, I click on an element, you can see this element is a sandwich wall. This belongs to floor number 2. It has mark SW1012, ID 708. Then more information down here below. So everything will follow along wherever you click. So we go further down. Floor number 3, sandwich panels, SW2029, ID 855. Very, very easy to follow along with. So just to make this one a little bit easier, because we don't need these modules yet, I'm going to go in, I'm going to shut down these modules until we need them. This will give us more space for our 3D model. Going to go back here. So what does it say? If you want to create a new floor and copy some elements, then follow this exercise. It's not mandatory. but let's just do it anyways. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click on building 1. We're going to select floors. We're going to add a new floor and we're going to give it a name. The dimensions of the floor is not so important in this training because we're just going to copy what we already have. Then you click OK. So let's go in and do this to create our new floor. So I'm going to go in here, just going to go up, minimize these things, going to go to building, floors, hit the plus, floor number 4, we'll hit OK. If you check here below, now we have floor number 4, no elements on it. We'll go back to our training. So now we want to copy the elements from floor number 3 and copy them up to floor number 4. A little bit of quick tip for filtering elements here before we continue. Double click on model, building, floors, double click on walls, solid walls will only be shown. If you want to bring elements back, you can use the top section of the home tab or right click on the building model and press on hide all. So filtering elements, I'll show you that as well. Another note here before we continue, it's very easy to use a mouse and a keyboard in order to move the model around in the model viewer. You can use shift, you can press the wheel of the mouse to rotate, you can move the wheel in and out for zooming, and you can press the wheel inside while moving the mouse to move the building in every direction. You can also use the shortcut to the right here. So let's copy this one before we get to the next step. First of all, filtering. Now I'm filtering floor 1. Now I'm filtering only the beams in floor 1, only the solid walls in floor 1, only the sandwich walls in floor 1. If I want to go back to what I was looking at before, of course, we can go in and go to home, on hide all, for example, or take the whole floor and so on and so forth. We're going to take floor 3, click it, right click it, copy element and marks. We're going to copy them up to floor 4. Do we want the same marks? Yes or no? Or do we want to increase them? I'm just going to increase them with 100. 1,000. It's going to increase them with 1,000. You can even copy the shop drawings as well. Copy the floor. These are the marks. This is the new mark that you will get, which is fine for me. And it says, can you see this? These marks are already in use. So we cannot do that. These ones are also already in use. And we'll use the same marks in this case. This is Thomas's training project. Who knows what he's been up to? We'll go in and we will simply copy elements. Right click, copy elements, copy. We copied 129 elements from floor 3 to floor 1. We get a second floor. You can copy with marks, add new marks on, and do a lot of different things also here. We go to the building and you can see here we have all of our elements. Now we have 4 floors instead of 3 floors. So let's go back to our training. Regarding the color, this is something we'll go through in the training, but it's nice to note on the home page on the top, the element text color can be manipulated. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. And in this case, for the time being, we can select the one called None, which I actually already did. You can see that. Go to Element Color in the Home tab, select None. This will just show the concrete and the insulation colors. So Now we've explained the model view. How do you filter the model view and so on and so forth? Let's move to the next most important tab, which is the Element ID tab. So before I'll open it, I'm just going to go through the course here to have the explanation with it, and we'll go back to it. So when you open the ID tab, you'll get a list of all elements inside the project and a lot of information in a column, like raw format, like a spreadsheet a little bit. This is important to know that an element selected in the model view is also selected in the ID tab. What you can try to do now is mark an element in the ID tab and then go to the model view to see that it's selected. In order to mark the element, you'll need to select it from the left side, as shown in the video below. You can use normal Windows shortcuts such as Shift Select and Control Select for taking multiple ones. Dragging the mouse by left clicking would also work smoothly. Let's just try that, and I'll throw in an extra kicker for you guys. So we'll go in here. We're going to show the ID, and the training material we have, we're taking the mouse here, holding it down, moving it down here, and we're going back to look in the model view for what we selected. I'm just going to unselect it, and then I'm going to take the ID tab, drag it, I'm just holding down the mouse again, to over here. And now what happens when I select these, you can see it selects them in the model at the same time, giving you a completely different overview. So if you want to work like this, you're welcome. I'm going to move it back again so we follow the actual training material. But this was like an extra little thing you get for free for watching this tutorial video instead of only the written text. Let's get back to it. The tab configurations. So this ID tab, there is a lot of information that you can get shown. If you look at it now, it's going to be pretty empty. But you can select to show a lot of different data. And we start to get like planning data and things like this. This is when it's going to widen out a lot. And where you can really see everything that you need to use, you can organize it in the way that you want to use it as well. So for the training here, for the purpose of the training, we're going to use the grid preset called Rough Planning. And this will activate the fields that we need in the training for the rough planning. And after that, we actually get to our very first proper impact exercise. Or proper exercise. Maybe it was also proper to create a project and import it, but now we'll start to plan a little bit at least. So I'll go here, go to IDs, and if I right click up here, just in this little field here, you can see show hide columns. Ton of information. Go through this, check it a little bit, move things around. You can move the plan drawing date before the production date, behind it, move everything wherever you want it to be so it sits exactly as you want it to look. Play around with it. You can do that all you want, but maybe wait, because what we want to do now is we want to go to grid presets. We want to go to rough planning. There we go. Element type, the ID, the mark, the production factory, the production division, erection sequence numbers, and then a bunch of planned date, the building, the floor, and the status. That is it. That's what we have right now. That's what we need right now. So let's get back and get to the actual exercise. So, small exercise. Now that the rough planning grid is activated, please activate the columns for the length, the width, and the height, as well as the volume. Then you will save your configuration as rp_name. And that way you can create any filters possible while using the Element IDs tab. Okay, so what I was just talking about, that you can add things, we got to do that now. We have to add length, width, and height, and volume. So let's go in to find it now. I'll do it together with you. We'll go in, we'll right click here, and we will go to show hide columns, and then we will find these kind of things here. So we will scroll down And we will see, okay, where is volume is here. Now we have the volume. Then you can see there's also total height, total length, total width. That's not what we need. We need length, width, and height. So let us find length, width, and height. Going down, there's so many here, so it's good to maybe remember where they are. And even if you don't, like me, you're probably going to be able to find it anyways. So here we go. Again, sorry. And length. At the bottom, we have width. And then let us find the height as well. Height. There we go. That was the small exercise. Actually, not completely, because we want to save it as RP layout. We're going to use an underscore. Save. And now we can even take length, width, and height, move it here. Maybe we want the status also before this one. And you can write the same thing to override this one. RP layout. There we go. Let's go back to the training material now. So we've added this, we made this new configuration. So now we get to the first crossroads. Are we under a trial period using the impact trial database? Please move to the next chapter here. If you are a customer and you are your company's production administrator, follow the next step here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to roll through this administrator things, that once this is complete, this will pick up from here. So basically this one under the trial period using the impact trial database is just going to skip this administrator part. But because you are here, you want to spend the time to set this up. You're still going to do the boring things before we get to the exciting stuff. We're going to continue with the boring things. What we're going to make sure is to either cut this video or put in bookmarks so that you know what to actually skip, because now you are allowed to skip if you're not an administrator. If you are an administrator, like I mentioned before, as we are in the boring things, do not skip this. Watch every single thing in regular speed on YouTube. So I'm just going to pause the video and then we'll get back to it. So now let's continue with the production administrator part again before we get to the good stuff. So I am a new customer and I'm my company's production administrator. Basically, I'm actually also using the impact trial database, but we'll go through all of it anyways here, just to hold your guys' hand as much as possible. So it's just going to be easy to use and implement this. So we're going to click here, taking us through the whole process. So before you can do anything here, if you have a completely new standard, you might not have any production statuses. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and open our resource manager, the RM. We have not opened resource manager yet. We have only looked at project manager. And then what we're going to go in and do is we're going to go into some general production settings that you can manipulate. You can even click here for more information. You're not going to do that now. You're going to follow the training. So in this chapter here, what we're going to do is explain the status settings and explain how to create new statuses. So resource manager, I'm going to do the same thing as I did before. I'm simply going to find it in my search field. Maybe you have it on your desktop or something. This is the easiest for me. This will work for all of you guys trying this out. So I'm going to the Resource Manager. And now we're opening that one. And it will take a few seconds to open. I think it's almost open now already. So if you find the status option, you can see actually on the picture here, we go to settings to the right, navigate to the status option. This will be empty for you if you have a brand new company. Then you will need to create all of these statuses from scratch. This is very important for all companies, as the statuses, they will represent the production delivery processes specifically in your company. Every status have a type included. This means that the status will change automatically when performing an action in the software. The proposed statuses from us are as follows. This box here. If I go to my Resource Manager, what do you call it? I've cheated from home a little bit. Status. So you can see we have here. You can decide the numbers to the left that you want to attach. The proposed statuses are the ones that are connected to a type. As you can see here in the middle, status type. There might be more steps in between this for your company. And you can create these extra steps by selecting no status type. Then you will need to change manually. This is something we want to avoid if we can, so we're not going to cover this in this training, of course, but you can create it. Changing the status. Now we'll get a couple of notes here. Changing the status automatically, that means that when you take your element, drag it from this 3D model to the fine planning or the production calendar, the status will automatically change, in this case to 30 and become yellow. And the above goes for all the other status types that will be explained during this process here. So in this training, if you don't have any statuses, how do we create new ones? What you want to do is, if you don't know what you want to do, what you're going to do is mimic this. You can always go in and rename. You can see I just double click and you can write anything you want. I will write not approved again here. Save changes or discard the changes. Double click the color, change it. Double click the type, change it. Make sure though that you have all of these types so you have everything. If you want to create something completely new, what you're going to do is click the button here, make a new status. You can only have one status of each type. Do not have more than that. If you need more, then you need to select the one that's called no status, of course, just as mentioned in the training material. Give it any number, any color you like. Discard the changes if you don't want to use it. That's it. So what you're going to do now before you continue with the training is set these up. If you don't already have them, of course. Very, very important. So this takes us to the next step. Importing reports. So what you want to do is you want to have reports in the report tool. And we have a lot of basic reports that are prepared for you already. This is, printing out element labels, things like this. We've already done a lot of the work for you. So what you're going to do is you're just going to go in and download it. If you already have it, skip it, of course. You're going to do the same as we did before. We're going to click the file. It's going to download. Now it's saved in my downloads folder. Then we will use another tool. We'll use the report tool. Report tool 17.1 here. You're going to go into settings. You're going to right click and you're going to import. So we're going to go into settings, going to click the company here. We're going to right click in here and import. Import report. You're going to go to your downloads, all reports, open it and import. So now for me, I don't need to import it. I have everything already. But this will give you all the standard reports from Impact. Simply after clicking OK, everything will be filled out. That's what you need to do here. As this one says, settings, import, just right click somewhere in the space. Important. If you are under the trial of using Impact Trials and Trainings database, then you need to open the report tool and download the latest file. Otherwise, this is not going to work. If you're your administrator, just import the files as shown above by opening the Impact Report tool as well, of course. In the training, you can even download latest from the cloud. That's what this one means, of course. So, continue to the next part of the training here. So, now once we've done that, we've prepared all the stuff. We're just going to go through this, how to set up, how to get everything ready, how to be able to use it. The next step thing comes in with creating a crane in the database. So if you don't have any cranes, you don't have to create this, but do not disregard the exercise. Do the exercise anyways. Who knows when you're going to need it? You're going to, at most, waste 5 minutes of your life. So you will just need to know the strength and the distance of the crane, the operating distances and how much tonnage it can handle. And then you'll need to create the crane through the PM software. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to the project browser, you're going to go down on the components, and you're going to double click on cranes. There will already be a crane called Potane H3030C. You can right click on the free space and select new, writing a name and a description. A new window will pop up. It will ask you to write the radius in meters and the capacity in tons. The color scheme should be according to your specifications. Press OK after you're finished. This is an example shown below. So let's add a new crane. Gonna go in here. Just gonna go to the model view. Gonna do this. We're gonna go to the components. We're gonna go to cranes. Clicking cranes will open up. There is already a crane. We're gonna right click, click new. I'm gonna call this Nick Crane. Crane. And now I'm actually gonna do something extra here. I'm gonna give it a radius of 2 meters with 0 capacity. This will mean that this is not described in the training, but I'm going to give you a little bonus here for following the video again. That the capacity is 0 tons up to 2 meters. So let's just check a little bit what Thomas suggests us to do in the meeting in the crane here. 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters, and 30 meters. 370, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll just give it some colors and some capacities here. These are, so we'll go in, we will see 5 meters, 20 tons, color. You can see here, you can even select colors from here. So basically what we can do is select this one. You can also make custom colors if you really want it to be nice. 10, 17 tons. Select this one. 15, 14 tons. 20, 12 tons, 25, 10 tons, 30, 8 tons, something like that. This is not the exact thing that Thomas did in the actual training, but it doesn't have to be. I'll hit OK. Now we have Nick_crane created by me today. So that takes us to this next step about the crane here. Add, edit, hide, remove crane on the project manager. So Thomas says, if you feel like you made a mistake maybe on the crane that you just created, right click and check properties. Yeah, and you can edit anything you want. Let's go in and check. Right click, click on it, right click, and properties. Sorry, we just go up and down. Need to make sure everything is saved. This is another thing we might not get in the actual the actual written thing, which is great about these videos. Hit properties, so we can see you can go in and change the color, anything you want like this as well again. Gonna close this one down. This is fine for us. So now we can use the crane on a model. The crane works very well in combination with this model view. On the home page in your PM, you can find the different possibilities on a crane. Please press Add a Crane and the following window will pop up. So you select the crane that you want, you give it a name, specific name, maybe location 1, working hours, locations, how many cranes. You're going to do is you're going to activate these faces where the crane is active and the floors where the crane is also active. So we're just going to activate all of them. Then what we're going to do is we're going to pick an insertion point and we're going to move our crane to the right side of the model. So, and don't worry, I'll take you completely through this. But first we have a note here. The location in a training is not something that has to be precise, of course. In the real project where you have the coordinates of the building, you'll be able to select the insertion points X and Y as necessary, as well as a start and end angle. So basically what we want to do is press OK and then hit Add Crane again, and then use the same crane. Makes it maybe later in the day, adding location 2 as the following name and activating the floors and face. Then we'll move the crane to the left of the building. So the model should look something like this. So we took some different colors and some other capacities, so it's going to be exciting to see how this is going to show. Before we do it again, if you're not satisfied with the location of the cranes, you can select them and press Move to move or Edit if you want to activate or deactivate faces and floors. And the active menu possibilities are shown below here. So let's place the crane and then do the load check afterwards, as it suggests here. Going to go into the model view. I'm going to go to top. Going to zoom out a little bit. I'm going to go into my crane tools, which I have right here. I'm going to add a crane, Nick crane, name, location 1, so it follows the training material. We're going to say that the crane is active on all floors, on all faces, and we're going to put it to the right here. So you can see that one I have in the middle, 0 tons. We cannot be any closer than that to anything, and it won't carry it. We'll put it to the right of the building. Hit OK. We're going to add another crane also. And we're going to add that crane, call it 2. Do the same thing. This can actually also be changed in the settings, but that's maybe a little bit more advanced than for this tutorial here. Pick the insertion point for this one. Again, don't go closer than that first line we made. So we can actually go as close as this. in this case here. We'll put it overlap, that's probably good, all good and fine. We'll do like this here, hit OK. So now we have our 2 cranes and our building placed here. Let's go back to the training material, because what we want to do now is we want to do the load check. So, performing the load check, press general load check to see which elements are getting red and which are getting green. And you can see here in Thomas's training, some of the elements in the middle are not being able to be carried by element 1 or 2. So either you have to add a 3rd crane or you're going to move the cranes. Very simple. You already know how to add the cranes by now. Thomas, in the training material, he moves the crane 1, location 2, so that it will have a little bit overlap here, and he'll do another general load check and he gets a green model here. Every time you edit, perform a load check. See if all elements are green. If you're satisfied with the result, select your cranes and press hide, then move to the next part of the training. So let's do that. Going in here, I'm going to go out, look from the 3D perspective here. We're going to do a general load check. So the load check is performed successfully, but we have an issue. Half of floor 1 is not being catered to here. That's not good enough. Why is that? Probably because I did not mark floor number 4 on my crane 2. So let's go in and check and edit it. Can you see this? Checkbox marked. Hit OK. Nothing happens. We do another check. This is great. They look good. So what we're going to do is, as Thomas suggests and the training material suggests, we're going to hide the cranes, going to go back, and we're going to continue with the next part of this tutorial here. So let's continue to the next part of the training by clicking here. So now we'll need to set the erection sequence. Before we start, we'll activate the 2 models called Erection Planning and Simulate. As you can see, Erection Planning and Simulate activating those 2 modules. So let's go in and do that before continuing. Modules up here, Erection Plan and Simulate. Those are now selected. We'll go back to a training material. Now select one by one the elements by pressing Control. This means what you're going to do is you're going to hold down the Control button on your keyboard and you're going to click on the elements with your mouse cursor. You're going to do that in the sequence that you want your elements to be erected in. If you want to go faster, you can also hold down Shift and Control to show a line that can then mark the elements faster in the desired order. So after you select the elements which are marked, then you go to Erection Planning module and you check selection order, start with the number 1 and press Add Elements. And I can see what Thomas is doing here in the training material. He's going to take the sandwich walls on floor 1, so that's what we're going to do as well. And before we just go and do it, we'll just continue a little bit here just to keep it simple. So the elements will be in a new window and you can add more information where they will get this erection sequence number. You can also assign specific cranes directly to the elements at this point in the project. What you're going to do then is you're going to hit Apply. We're going to go back to the notes here afterwards. So let's do that erection sequence here. I'm going to go in here. Like we learned before about the filtering is basically what you can do now. You can take your whole building. In this video, I'm going to show you here. I'm going to go to the model. I'm going to go to floor 1. I'm going to go to my sandwich panels. And then I'm going to hold Control down. And selecting in the order I want to build my building. Clicking once every time for each element. If you feel like you've gotten a little bit more control of it, as it said in the tutorial material, you can add Shift to your control and do like this. You can see this line coming up here. So this means that we're going to do like this, then we're going to build this, Then we're going to build that, and then we're going to add these. I'm going to go to Erection Planning, hit Add Elements. It starts with number 1. If it does not start with number 1, you can remove all, do the same thing again, write 1 here. And here you can add extra information, just as mentioned in the training material. What did the training material say? It said, please press apply. So that's what we're going to do, apply. Going to go back to the training material. We get a note now. You can press apply every time that you add elements in the erection planning or at the end when you have added all of the elements. Remember that the selection order is the one that is responsible for the erection sequence number. So the way that you select them is the numbering that they'll get. So then now we have an exercise that says, please perform the same for all element types in the following turn: walls, columns, beams, hollow core slab, pre-stressed slab, form slab, slab. The order in which you select the elements is very important in the real project, of course, but in this training you can decide for yourself what order you think is the best. Do this only for the elements in floor 1. And then once we finish this, then we can change the color of the elements to the one that is called erection. If all elements are green, it means they're added and all have an erection sequence number, and we are good to go. If you have added all the elements, then the new starting number on the erection planning module should be 130. So let's go in and let's do the rest here as well. So we're going to continue with walls. And you can see I can easily zoom in and out. I'm going to build my house like this. You know, now you completely decide how you're going to do this. You know, the way that your company builds it is the right way, not necessarily the way we do it in the training. But the training, of course, serves the purpose of what you want to do. From walls, I'm going to just look to the other screen here. Thomas suggests we take the columns then. We'll do that also from here. We're going to add them. We'll take the beams. We're going to add them. We'll take the hollow core slabs from this one. We'll do this line thing. We'll add them. Then we will take the pre-stressed slabs. Gonna do like this in this order here. Again, you don't have to follow the exact order that I'm doing. Might even be better for you to make your own, of course. We're gonna do the form slab. And you can see I'm actually adding them ongoing. I'm not applying or anything like that yet. And then slab, which are the balconies in this case. You can see here we end at 129. In the training it says we need to start at 130. Then we have them all. So that seems pretty correct. So now we're applying this, and we'll go back, look at our floor 1 afterwards, and trying to change the color to this erection, just as suggested. So now we can see start number is 130. We did something right here. Gonna go to building 1, floor 1, go to our home tab, and instead of having the crane check color, we will go and we will change the color to erection. These are light green. If I go to the building, see, only light green on the first floor. So let's jump back to the training material, which you just had on the other screen for reference, of course. So there's a note here that says you can see the erection sequence number on the model by activating it from the View tab in PM if it's not already activated. I'm just going to show you this. You're going to go to View. And then you're going to go to the element tag, and you can see this one needs to be applied. Then we can zoom in, and then you can see the number called ES is the erection sequence number. So basically now we have planned the erection sequence of a whole floor in a few seconds, of course. In a few minutes in this case, because we're going through the training and so on at the same time. So what about editing and clearing the erection sequence then? So what you can do is you can filter all elements on the first floor and then open your ID tab. Then you can right click on the header and select the grid preset to rough planning if you're not already in there as per the previous step. Then you can select the header for the erection sequence and arrange the column by the erection sequence as shown in the picture below. It's a little bit small picture, I will show you guys. And then you can double click any one of the elements and change the sequence number. You can also use the same number for two elements, even though we don't recommend that. I'm just going to go in and show you. We have floor 1. We're going to go to element IDs tab, which is going to double check that we are in the preset rough planning, which we were before, or in your personal RP layout. As you can see, I am here already. And what we want to do is sort this one. So we go from 1 to 129 in this case here. If you want to change something, double click it. You can write whatever you want. You can also change more at a time, but we'll get back to that. So here, if you forgot an element and you want to add it between numbers, you can change the range of the sequence from one number to another and then add the erection sequence for the forgotten one in between. So in this case here, we'll do an example just to mimic that we forgot something. We will clear the erection sequence from number 2 and put it back up in position 1 by using the right click function. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the element with the erection sequence number 2. We're going to right click, we're going to go to planning, and we're going to clear erection sequence. Then you hit save on the element IDs tab. So we're going to select number 2 like this, right click, planning, clear erection sequence, save. Now you can see this one is red. No erection sequence. Then we're going to select all elements from sequence 3 and above and right click and change erection sequence from 3 to 129 and then add 1. And then we'll hit save again. So let's try to do that. I'm going to go in here. We're going to select from 3 to 129. You can do it like this. There's probably also smarter ways of doing it here. Simply like that, you can just mark with your mouse. You can, so we have them 3 to 129. You haven't selected one or the one that doesn't have one. We're going to go in, we're going to go to planning. We're going to change the erection sequence. We're going to write 1. I'm just going to go back to check. And now we have changed it and we can add the empty element to get the number 3 just by double clicking on the field and writing 3. The same manner we can change the element with erection sequence number 1 to its erection sequence number 2. Remember to change the start number to 131 as your last erection number has been increased by 1. So this is just training for the sake of training, just if you mess something up. We go to planning, we change the erection sequence, we'll increase it by 1, we'll hit apply. So you can see now we start with 4. We can go in, double click this one, give it number 3, double click that one, give it number 2, or do like this, planning, change erection sequence, -1. Now it's 1. 2, 3. So now we start at 2. It's very easy to go in and change this. So not having an element with erection sequence number 1 is not going to affect our project. Numbers are just the way that we're telling the software how we want our elements to be erected. In the software, any field that has a header with blue letters is modifiable, which means that you can click on it and change it on the spot. Any header with black is a column that is not editable, and this applies to all impact applications that have columns and headers. Meaning that is not editable, it is black. This is editable, it is blue, meaning that the mark, I cannot go in and change the mark here, but I can go in and change the production factory or the erection sequence number because these are blue, for example. So now we'll start from 2 and go all the way up. And I'm going to keep it here just as for the sake of the training, but of course you can mark all of it. Go in, planning, change erection sequence -1, then you're going to get from 1 to 129 again. This start number we're going to change. We're going to do exactly as it said in the training, just because that's what it said in the training. So now we get to a little bit more funny stuff again. We'll go to the Simulate tab. So we're going to go to the Simulate tab. Next to Erection Planning, we're going to unmark the box, Show Unplanned Elements. We're going to select Mode, Set Erection Sequence, and we're going to hit Start. And what we're going to do is we're going to go in, we're going to go to Simulate, we're going to go to a Model View, we're going to not show unplanned elements, we're going to go to the Mode, Erection Sequence, and I'm going to hit Play. So as you can see in my case here, it only made 1. This might happen to you. In that case, just say, please start from the beginning, play. And then you'll see us planning this erection sequence here. And you can make it faster, like I did there, or slower, and it's going to animate all the way up to where we left off. So another thing which is really good now, since we're following along the training, there's a hole here. Why is there a hole? Show unplanned elements. This doesn't have erection planning, this element here. Go building 1, floor 1, element IDs, floor 1, erection sequence. I go planning. Clear erection date. We can see this was actually supposed to be erection sequence number 1. That's the one we cleared 2 to 3 from. I'm going to go to planning or even erection planning and start at number 3. Just to show you, no matter what you do, you can always go back and change back and forth. If something weird happens for you, just go fix it. So we'll go to Simulate again. We'll show unplanned elements. We're going to go back to the beginning. And now we have everything. So changing things, adding it, doing it, it becomes very visible. If you have a problem, there's something that's not done correctly. You have your lists and something's, missing the mark. This was just the animation itself. No biggie, of course, but it's very easy to go in and change it also. So that's another added benefit you get from this video instead of just only following the text piece of material, of course. Let's pause this one. Let's just go back to building number 1 and go back to this one here. So the next one. Note, if you want to know how to take a video or a GIF of the simulation to show you to your partners, cooperating companies that don't have access to Impact and so on, please see the following video on YouTube. Simply, you click on it. It's going to go to YouTube with a video of me, it seems, that shows how you share your 3D erection sequencing fast with your clients in 3 minutes. So feel free to go in and watch this tip here, where I show you how to record this and do the actual sequencing. We'll go back again to where we were, and then we'll continue to the next part of our training. So let us go to the next part here. So now we're getting into actual planning. Rough planning is what we call this, and that's basically planning with days, maybe rough locations as well. There are many, many ways of doing this. For this training, we're going to use the Element IDs tab. So what you're going to do is, in the Element ID tab, set your ID grid configuration to rough planning and add the columns that will help you plan the elements efficiently, width, length, height. Save the configuration as your new preferred grid for rough planning. So if you remember, we already did this, but it doesn't hurt just to look at it again. We go to Element IDs. We have personal grid layouts, which is RP layout, which is the one we made earlier. You can also go in to the grid presets, go to rough planning here so you can see. Then you right click, show hide columns, and then you go in and you say, we want the height, we want the length, we want the width, and the volume. And we move it to exactly where we want to have it. So again, you can do this however you like. You can even make things smaller or bigger if you want to do that also. Just so you can see a little bit more. So for me, maybe I'll put the volume to the side because I would actually like to see the status also, and even before this. So that's how I want it actually. I'll go in and I will make a new one. I will save the grid layout. Just P layout. You can have as many as you want here. P layout, preferred layout, that's mine. So now we have that. So I'm ready with the planning here. So let's go to it. So now what we want to do is we want to arrange the elements of the first floor by erection sequence. See the picture ascending. We start from 2, just as we did in the last part of the training when we did the erection sequencing. And we can set target dates by selecting one of the date columns and just select and drag it down and right click. You'll click planning, you'll click set date and then select the date. Add a date that's 2 months ahead from today. Then you press save on the top and you wait for the rough planning dependencies to be fulfilled. These are the dependencies that you just put before. So let's go in and take them. This again is very, very basic functions. There's much more advanced functions about dependencies and adding dates as well. Getting it even more automated. But let's go to building 1, floor 1, erection sequence. And we'll do here, we will right click, we will click planning, we will click set date. We will set the date. 3rd of December, apply, then you hit save. Now, because we filled the rough planning dependencies earlier, this is going to backward plan in, and there is no drawing date. If you don't remember what it is, I'm going to the project name here, right-clicking, hitting project properties. Under planning, it was these days that we put in here. Just as a little extra bonus for you to remember this. So now this is filled out as well. What's our next step? Fill out the rest of the dates according to your experience. You know, slabs, hollow core, horizontal elements. You know, how long can you take? Just use your experience. We're not using the automation right now. So basically, I'm going to fill out the rest of it. I'm going to plan the rest of it. And I'm going to take some more sandwich walls here. Planning. Set the date. Day after, maybe. I'm going to take these ones. Planning. Set the date. Day after here. Wall panels. Can we be efficient here? Maybe we can. We can do that in maybe 2 days, let's say that. And again, there is actually functions for this, so you don't even need to do this. But as for your learning experience, it's best you learn this now, how to do this. What do we call? Manually, half manually. 7th or 8th? No, probably not. We'll go to 9th. Let's see if we can finish this floor before Christmas, which again shouldn't be a problem. Can we do the columns, the beams in a day? Probably also some of the hollow cores. We're just doing different trucks anyways. Planning, set the date. Do the rest of the hollow cores here. It's a little too many maybe. And remember now when we're planning this, you can still go in and you can mark the elements out here and you can mark them in here and so on. And even move it around so you can see it better, just if you're losing track of what you're doing, of course. Set date, 13th. We're going to do the rest in a day here. So again, this is rough planning. We're not exact yet. And of course, the days and the planning itself is completely up to you. This is just how you set the dates in the software. But do it for all 129 elements here on floor 1, just to get the hang of it. Because speaking of getting the hang of it, see now it filled out everything automatically. Speaking of getting the hang of it, what do you do then when, to edit? You did something wrong. You want to remove something, you want to edit it. Well, now we want to edit some of the dates. Please select the dates you want to move and then right-click Planning, Change Date. You can also clear the date. Very importantly, save after you finish editing. Hit the save to the top right. The software, it will ask if you want to update dependencies after the element dates are changed. If you press yes, all of the rough dates will change. If you press no, only the date you change will change. So if I go in, do some change, well, how will we change something? Maybe we will, I'm just thinking, what are we supposed to, what do we want to change? Or maybe we'll take these last elements here, these slabs here. You see that? That's the regular slabs. We'll do them on a day instead. Planning, change date. Plan direction date, using plan direction date maybe, increase a day. You could also increase a week. You decide. That's it. We hit save. Do you want to update all the rough planning? Yes. So now it updated down here again. Basically, that's how you change. You can also clear it, of course. Right click, planning, clear. Sorry, that was clear erection sequence, clear date, and so on and so forth. So that takes us to the dependencies again. Just a little bit more information. In the project properties in PM, just as we looked at before, very briefly, you have this date dependencies thing where you can say use them, yes or no, give a warning if they're fulfilled or not, add a default value, and have an order of the dependencies. These are only working days, as we write here. That means 5 days a week. If you are your administrator and would like to know how to preset the dependencies for all new projects, then press here. Otherwise, we will continue on, of course. And let's actually go ahead and do that. How do we preset the dependencies for all new projects? I'm just going to hold Control down and click here. So presetting dependencies, you will need to open up the standard admin, which is a software we haven't opened yet. So we're going to go into standard admin. Remember, this is something you do one time, is going to kick through on all of the projects that you do. You are going to go in here and go to this one called local instead. And then just as with the project, you can hit properties, then you can go to planning, and then easy as that, you simply fill it out here instead of in the project manager. If you do this in here, all projects created from now on will have these date dependencies for the planning. Simple as that. That's actually it. And there's even a button to go back to the main training here, I can see. So we might not have needed to actually control click like I did just in case, but it's always a good one to do to open up a new tab. So let's follow to the next step. Setting elements ready for production. Of course, this is also for planning and so on. When you know something's ready for production, well, then you can start fine planning it. If you look at the model, the status will change after you press update. That means that your design is approved and the element can move on to the production phase. This is after you've right-clicked on the elements and set them to ready for production. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll go to the model view, floor 1, right-click, and we will go in and we will say, I'll just right-click up here so you can see. And then we will say, please set the elements ready for production. And then we go planning, set ready for production. And we'll let it work for a couple of seconds. And then the elements will be marked as ready for production thus actually changing the status, the basic status that we had before. Here we go. So right now you can see they're green. This is the erection sequence. We'll go to element color and go to status instead. And hit update. Remember that this was mentioned in the training. Just making sure everything is up to date and everything is as it should be. So you can see actually if I go into building 1, something with no planning, something which is not approved, and something which is ready for production. One of them which is the floor that we actually copied earlier, of course. So we'll go to floor 1 again. Ready for production. They have this nice little light blue thing. That might change depending on what you did earlier. If you were using your own standard and your own colors and so on, this might be any color. But here we have it as a light blue. So then we will continue with the administrator things again. And again, these are the only places where you as a user is allowed to fast forward. We'll go to the administrator again here. So how do we create factories? How do we create production divisions? How do we create tables and beds in the resource manager? This is again something you need to do once every few years if you get new tables and new beds. In order to use the cast module, then you need to do a few settings beforehand, of course. Settings for the cast planning module are located in the settings tab of the resource manager. So a few things we need to do. First, we'll need to create a new factory, which is quite simple. Everything is quite simple if you know how. So I'm going to go into the resource manager. I'm going to go to settings and I'm going to go to factories. So you can see I have 2 factories here. StruSoft factory 1 I have and some demo factory. If I want to create a new factory, simply I will right click to make a new factory. That's it. I'm not going to make a new factory for you guys here. I'm counting on you to know that this is what you got to do. New. Oh, now we made one anyways. Call it factory 1, add this and this and this. I'm not going to save it though, because there will be too many factories on this training database that we have ourselves. So that's the new factory. Again, if you are simply training in our training standard, you're not doing this anyways. But if you're using your own standard, this is the steps you got to follow. The factory is created. Then there's a note about it. This is a location where you produce your precast elements and will correspond to the whole business in that location. You can have a factory as an actual factory. You can also have a factory as your company and then have different divisions underneath it. Now let's create some divisions or go through how to do that. We need to create a new production division. And a division, this is a sub-location inside the factory. You might have only one division in your factory, you might have many. Sometimes it's split in like walls, hollow core, and so on. It could be like a shed or a factory hall, and the whole hall itself. So you have everything there, or it could be just separated into the according different element types you have. So, as it says here, fill out the following fields and use division type as production and assign that to your main factory. We go into the resource manager, we go into divisions. What we're going to need is a production division. And you can see we actually have quite a few already. How do you do it? Again, right click, click new, give your division a name of division. Make sure you have selected production and then select your factory. You hit save. Basically, that's what you need to do. And then do that X amount of time, so X amount of divisions. Gonna discard this one. Note, it would be helpful if you created also a division for your transport in this step. You will only need one for the transport, at least according to the training here. Basically the same thing again. I'm going to show you again. Division, select transport, select the factory, hit save. I'm going to hit discard again. That's basically it. So now we have the divisions, we have the factory, we can create cast units underneath each of these divisions. So as it says, please fill out the following fields to create your tables and beds. So there are a couple of notes here. Maximum dimensions is the 3D space of the table / bed. These are shown on your detailed view. Tolerance is the shuttering between the molds. If we cast multiple elements on the same bed, then the tolerance is the predefined distance between them. Location X and Y move the bed in the 3D space. If you don't fill these out, the beds and tables will just be placed like underneath each other or above each other, whatever you want to call it. A bed corresponds to a hollow core line bed. As for example, a table can be like a tilt table, flat bed, battery, or anything like that that you use for element types, such as like a columns and beams, wall, and so on. We go in here, we go to casting units. Let's go to one of our factories. We have walls and slabs. And you notice here that I have names, tables, and as you can see, table, bed, or pallet. Normally we will go with a table or a bed. The tolerance, which is the shuttering again. Position X and Y. As you can see, these are actually filled out here, positions X and Y. Then maximum length, width, and height, that's the size. Maximum element mass, maximum total mass, form sequence number, a state, which should be active as well, and then it'll get an ID. How do you make a new one? Right click, hit new, give it a name, a type, give it a tolerance and a size, as well as a location. If you have location on some of them, you cannot have the same twice, they will be on top of each other. This one, just to show you, wall panels and slabs, these 5 lines, they correspond to wall panels and slabs. If we go in to a project manager, open the module cast planning, wall panels and slabs, detailed view. This is how they'll look, like a bird's eye view of the factory that you have there. So going back here again, we will continue with our next part of the training, because now you've made the casting units, so you're ready for the production planning. So that wraps it up from the administrator part of that training. So what do we do now? Well, we go in and we activate the cast planning module. Go in to the project manager, modules, activate cast planning. Simple as that. We're going to look at the 3D cast planning detailed view. And what we want to do is filter out all of the sandwich walls from the first floor on the model view. If possible, not necessary if you don't have an extra screen, undock the cast planner and open it on a second screen next to your project manager. I can't do this showing you this video, but it could look as the picture below, as stated here. You can undock any tab by dragging the header away from the project manager. So this will list the basic functions underneath on the picture of the cast planning here. I will explain them as well. But first, let's go in and get ready here. We'll go in, filter out the sandwich panels. Sandwich, here we go. Those are filtered out now. If we wanted to do it, I showed it before also. Take this out and you can even dock it on the screen next to you. We will just put it down here again so you can see it and follow along with what's going on. So now explaining what everything is. Division, if you're using the trials database, then use StruSoft Factory 1 sandwich panels. If you're using your own, take the one corresponding. Table, bed, or pallet, is the type using that division. Auto bed management is the main function that allows you to plan multiple elements on the tables. Date, so we set the date for the division. Snapshot, you can take a screenshot. Drag and drop. If you have multiple elements selected from different places, you can drag down from it. Settings, detail view settings, we explain that further below. And the actual open space that we have it on. So if we go into this one, we have division, select, StruSoft Factory 1, sandwich panels. Cast units are tables in this case. You would be able to select beds if there is also beds. If you have more than one shift, you can select between these. You have the dates, and then you will have snapshots, and you will have some more detailed planning buttons, and you will have the settings also. But now we're in the right place. So the first thing here is auto bed management. What we're going to do is we're going to filter the elements by planned production date in the element IDs tab. So select a few and then find the corresponding date in the detail view. Again, there's much smarter and much nicer ways to do this, but you need to learn the basics first. So how many do we select here? We select just a few. So what we're going to do the same here. I'm going to go to element IDs. We're going to select a few. There we go. Those are selected. Now we will press the auto bed management button and we'll get the following window popping up. So, and this one will explain the window. It's much easier for me just to explain the window when we get to it. We want a multicast. We can see how many elements we have and which tables we're going to use. In this case, we prefer to use table 1, 2, and 4, and they will then be planned. So let's go in and do that. Auto bed management is this button here. The production date is the 7th, which is wrong because we actually forgot to say, okay, planned production date 27 of November. November 27th. Here we go. Luckily for me, nothing is here, so we can probably produce our elements here. Click the plus. We want to use 1, 2, and 4, so that's why I turn this one off. Alignment on cast. This is if the elements are so small that you can have multiple elements on top of each other. Unrestricted. Multicast means if it takes more than 1 day, we will allow it to plan on the next day as well. The casting order could be the erection sequence reversed, or the width and length ascending or descending, and so on. You can see the different options here. How long per element, and basically just hit start. Now the status changes to the side, the elements are planned, and we go to the next step in the training. It is important to note the status change for the elements that are now planned for production. The detail view can be manipulated in the same way as the model view can. You can rotate the beds and move the view in any direction. We go in here, you can see here, zoom in and out. I can use this box here to go in to check what I'm doing, what I'm producing, and so on and so forth. If I go to my model view, you'll actually see some of the elements are now yellow. If you have really good eyes, you can see it says planned for production here at the bottom. So we have some elements that are ready for production, and we have some that are planned for production. The next step is looking a little bit on the detail view settings. So open the settings and the following window will pop up. There are multiple sub-windows inside that top window, as well as you can see here. And just as a small example, if you'd like to see the dimensions of the elements on the table or see one table for multiple days ahead, then adjust the following settings: dimension lines for elements, number of days, and which units you want to look at. So in the training here, we look at table number 1. In us, we have both table number 1 and table number 2 with a couple elements on. So we're going to turn both of them on, and we'll see what happens. And you can try with everything here. Try all of it, back and forth, up and down, what works best with you. So before jumping to this extra functionality thing, what we're going to do is we're going to go in, we're going to hit the settings, which is over here. And we're going to say, okay, please give me element dimension lines. And please also give me 4 days. And give me only on table number 1 and table number 2, for example. This is the same changes that proposed in the training. We hit save, and now we'll see. So you can actually see for me now, I'll get these total dimensions here. But you can see also that today, as of this recording, it's not as of this recording, sorry, as of the planning, is Wednesday the 27th of November. Then we have Thursday, Friday, Saturday. As you know, you might not be planning on a Saturday, but it's nice to know in the detail view if somebody actually forced through some planning there. So all looks good. We're still, going quite well along with the training material. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back and we're going to look at this one that's called extra functionality. So a table and a bed can be selected only by selecting the header of the table. What does this mean? Well, let's see. Select a table and right-click to see the different options. You can rearrange your table, print out your element labels, open your PDF drawings. If you have PDF drawings, you can also edit in the elements, which means that you can quickly move the whole table to another day or to another division. So let's just go and just click on the table, right-click. You can see there's a lot of things here to do. Squeeze the gaps together, empty space, print out element label report. If you remember from earlier, we imported some report types, so you will already have element labels for your elements to print actually. As well. And what did we talk about in the actual was the editing. So edit. We'll hit edit. And then the following window will pop up just like it did. And in here, I don't think there is an exercise for something that we should do actually. So it's more that it looks like this. So we can change it to a different factory, to a different table, to a different day as well, even from in here, from the detail view, which is all nice and good. So let's plan a little bit more elements. You can select elements directly from the model and drag and drop them to a specific table. Select too many, it doesn't fit in one table. Some of the elements will not be planned, or some of the elements will only be planned. That's why we have this auto bed management with multicast proposed. So planning a little bit more like this, maybe I'll say, okay, let's take this one. As you can see, I take it. I'm just pulling with the left mouse button now down, putting it down on table number 2, changing color up here, again selecting, control selecting here, pulling it down to the day after, as I'm moving through this. So in this way you can keep planning it. Let's just wait and see what happens next in the training. So if you select the table and right click, you can set the availability, occupied for maintenance, occupied for element, or vacant. This will help a lot when you have many elements that need more than 1 day to be produced, for example. Occupied for element, occupied for maintenance, or if there's a day where you can't produce anything. So let's jump to the next part of the training here. We go into calendar view. So before we go into calendar view, I can just show you For example, this one, this tilting table here. Set the status, sorry, not the status, the availability. Set the availability to occupied for element or maintenance. If we're maintaining number 2 tilting table on Tuesday, November 28th, this is occupied for maintenance. Then it's going to cross that one out. Or vacant. So going in here to the calendar view now. Basically, we know what we want to know from the detail view. I don't think we're going to plan more elements in the detail right now because we want to maybe plan the rest in the calendar view, but we'll see in the training. If we don't cover it directly in the training, I'm going to cover it with you as an extra thing in this video here, but I'm guessing by now anyways, you should pretty much have it covered, right? So let's move to the calendar view. We have 2 windows in the calendar, a left and a right one. The left one is the calendar view itself, and the right is the element list of every table that you've marked. The right side was going to activate after you select the table from the left side, showing you in detail what elements are planned on this table. So you can select the day you want to be in, find your elements as shown in the picture above here. The main functionality of the calendar is the exact same as the detail view. However, there's a little bit more than you can actually do. So I'm just going to show you the calendar before continuing on with it there. What we could do is to go to the calendar, you click calendar view. We'll go to the day. That we're at. I forget the date, of course, 27th. You can see we get down here anyways. Here we go. And again, the more space you have, the better. So you can actually see there's a lot of planning being done here around. And Wednesday the 27th, and Thursday and Friday, those were actually when I had space available. I will also later in both table number 3, 4, and 5, but we can plan in whatever we want. Of course, we want to fill our factory. If I hit something, you can see the elements here. When I select the elements on the table, it selects them also in my 3D model here. So some extra functionality stuff. Setting the status of the tables will be produced after the concrete is poured. This we save for later for you guys. Move a whole cast a day ahead. Selecting an empty table and moving all the casts backwards. Or editing cast just as the detail view. Or again, printing reports for a cast. Open drawings, export machine files for mesh bar bending machines, and the settings view for the calendar. So if we go in and we look at something, just right click, simply right click. And you can see when printing now, it's a lot of different reports. Empty space, fill space, and so on. There's a lot of different things to do. Set status to produced, adding element controls, a lot of different things. Don't worry, we'll cover a lot of them later on in the training. So calendar view settings. This is super important, or very important as it says here, for the visibility of this calendar. Open the settings window and follow the proposed settings to be added to your cast planner. These settings are saved locally on your computer. So let's go in and let's check if we'll have the same settings as here. I'm going to go in and I'm going to hit the settings button. Now my screen is small here, so what I'm going to do is I'm clicking here to find settings. Click here. So what we want to do is to have it the same way as proposed in the training. I'm just going to move this to the screen next to it so I can look at it at the same time. Maybe you can do the same. We're going to do 3 weeks at a time. We're going to do 4 rows per cell. We're going to show weekends. We're going to show holidays. We're going to show form dimensions, periodic summary. We want our summary to be the right of the calendar. Our auto refresh interval could be 0. I just have that already. Border color none. The cell background we will use the cast status color. Basically, we'll need to change the cell rectangle to the control, the cell background to the cast status. Again, here you can play around with it. For the sake of the training, just do as proposed here. So everything will look the same, so it's easy for you. Cell text should be black. Past, today, holiday should be as standard like this already. Occupied days for element should be yellow. For maintenance should be red. Please use hatching. We want the content of the cell to have the project and the element mark. The daily summary, we want total mass, volume, area. We would like element count as well. Time and cost, we're going to switch off. On the footer, we would like number of elements, area usage, and available length. And I'll just hit save. There we go. So you can see this drastically changes the actual look of the calendar from what I had before. But that's really good because now it fits with what's proposed in our training material. So we can continue with the training. So a little bit more about auto bed management. Try and select a few elements and use the function auto bed management. Thomas selects a little bit more of the sandwich panels. We should try and match the proposed production date to the actual ones if we want to. In the picture below, the elements are grouped by both the planned production date and the status. We want only elements that have a status of 20 and not the ones that are already planned, which is status 30. So how do we do that? Because this is not explained in here, and I'm going to show you, of course. In this case, the 6th element that was selected in the training was planned on 2 different days that they didn't fit on the table in the same day. Note, if you double click on the elements on one of the casts from the calendar view, you will automatically be directed to the detailed view. So let's go in, select some more elements, but let's filter like we did in the training material, like Thomas did when he wrote it here. So first of all, we're going to go in with planned production date. Then we're going to go in with status. But we actually can go status first because we don't need to plan the ones that are already planned. We just need to plan the 18 that are not, meaning the 28th and the 29th. Now I've selected all the elements by doing this. 9 elements that should be made on the 28th or before. If I go to model view, you can see they're selected here as well. I'll go to the ID and I'll auto bed manage them. And I'm going to use table number 1, 2, and 4 this time again, just as proposed before. We're going to start like this. You can do, sorry. I'm just going to hit Control. I hit Control on the keyboard. Mark these ones with the mouse. 1, 2, and 4. On the 28th, start. Multicast is allowed still. So you can see actually 2 elements here. We needed 2 days to produce. I want to produce them before the 29th. I'm just going to move them up here. A little bit added bonus for you guys to how to move things. I'm actually going to move not those ones, but these ones and these ones. And you can use the fill space command, but that will move everything, of course. Then we'll go to Friday the 29th. Control to remove that one. Put it up. Again, start. There we go. Now we only have elements with the status of 30. We go in, all of our sandwich panels are yellow. All of them are planned. We double click on an element on a casting bed. We'll be able to see detailed view. Well, let's show table number 4 also, because we planned on number 4 also. We can also show them all, of course. So there's a lot of different things. As you can see now, we're already moving a little bit around, selecting and going through what is it we're going to show. Hopefully you will start to get a hang of this now. What can you do and so on. But let's go back to the training again, of course. So you'll be automatically redirected to the detailed view. Double click it there. Important note, if your actual production date is different than the planned one, then the planned production date will change to the actual production date. Or the rough planning will change to the fine planning. Software will ask you if you want to update the rest of the dependencies, and then it's up to you if you want to say yes or no. If you don't want to get the question every time about updating these dependencies, then you need to change your main setting in here in the project properties. Now I'm just going to show you for the third time in this training. Click the name here, right click, project properties. Popped up on another screen. Planning, no. Yes if you want warning all the time, no if you don't. And then hit OK, and just to be 100% safe, restart the project manager. So the dates on the element tab have colors. These can be black, blue, or red. Red, it means the deadline have been surpassed and the elements have not been produced yet, or the action that meant to be done has not been done yet. Blue, it means that the deadlines are within 1 working week. That means 5 days. And the black dates means we're on schedule, which will of course also are with blue, but just means that we're getting close. We're cutting it close. So getting into this one, most used functionalities, most common tools that we have when we're using the cast planning are the following. Move everything a day ahead. As you can see, we click on the buttons. Move everything a day back. So you can see there are buttons for these, and I'm going to show you in here also. We go to the calendar view. And you can see these ones. Make space. And fill space. We hit the button, and now it will start to give us warnings about projects and so on. We'll say in this case, there are produced casts, so we can't do that, which is this one. Set status. So in my case, in my standard that I'm using is I can't do it because something is actually produced after this date. But you will move the dates by just doing that. You can empty space and you can fill space, which are the exact same buttons as the ones up here. You can play around with it. If you're using the tryouts and trainings database, you might hit the same error message as I did. Simply means that you have something produced afterwards, which is somebody else who've used it before you, of course. Don't go in and change that, but just keep it in mind, of course. If you have your own, then I don't hope that you have something produced in the future, of course. And you can move everything back. You can also edit the table and moving the whole table to another date or division. Again, the same thing as the other one. Where we did like this before and we hit edit in our detail view. You can actually change the division or the casting unit or the date. And again, you can also just simply take the elements and drag them to somewhere else. A different day, a different casting bed. Now we're doing Tuesday the 26th instead on table number 2. Back to Wednesday the 27th on table number 4. So just moving it around like that, moving it freely, a whole day at a time. When dragging one element from the element view to the calendar, there is only a specific place where you can drop the element, and that is the following line. If you drop it in the middle of the calendar bed, nothing will happen. This is if we go in and we want to plan something, and you drag it down, you need to drag it down into this box here. You see that? It makes this sort of marking. You cannot do anything here. It has to be right here to plan it. I'm not going to be able to plan this because it's already planned. So a lot of fail-safe for you guys, so you don't accidentally mess something up. Remember that when multi-selecting this element from the model view, you can actually see how many elements are plannable through the following button, this one down here. The white space allows you to drag and drop them to a specific place as well. If you want to visualize how many elements have been planned for production, change the element color from the Home tab to Cast, which we already have actually. So we can see, we have Status, sorry. We can go from Status, we can go to Cast. All of them are still yellow. If we look at the whole floor, you can actually see we have both yellow and white in this case. If I mark here what we were talking about before, make a little bit more space over here, plannable 0. This is where you can drag and drop. We go into our wall panels, and I mark them, plannable 33. You can drag them from here down to one of these boxes. I'm not going to do that because these are wall panels, of course. But super simple, just keep going at it like that. So in that case here, we had half of them yellow, half of them gray. In our case, we planned them all, so everything's yellow, which is perfect. All are fine planned. Printing reports, or print reports, it just says. So now we have some elements planned on tables. Well, let's go in and right click on the calendar view and select to print out a cast report as well as an element label report, one at a time. First we'll do the cast, then we'll do the element label. And here it just shows these ones, so you'll go down to this. They should both come up with QR codes as shown above. We'll use that later for our mobile app Impact Go. Note here, you can select multiple beds on multiple days and print out the reports. Reports include casting items, reinforcement lists, exports to specific machinery, and so on. So I will go in, let's print a report. We'll go into this one, 27th, right click, we're going to print out the cast report, printed. You should have the reports as in the earlier stage, maybe about an hour and a half ago on this video. You were importing the report definitions for all types of reports. This is finished, and we'll print out the element labels as well for this day in this table here. You select as many as you want also at the same time to print it out, so like this, like this, like this. The element labels are here with QR tags. These are just standard StruSoft labels, of course. The casting schedule is here, as well as just the standard StruSoft one. We can use these later for the Impact Go. This is just an exercise is how to get out some reports. You can try with other types of reports as well if you want to see that, different elements list and so on. So the last thing what we want to do here is try and change the status of one of the tables to produced. That's what I was talking about before. You can't move something if it's produced already. So how do we do this? Well, we go in, and hopefully you will know by now how you do it. Well, I'll show you. Anyways, right click, set status, produced. That's it. Now you can see the element changes color. Produced elements are green, fine plan elements are yellow. If we go in to the training here, you can actually see orange, yellow, gray. This is status. So we can go back into ours. We have cast, we go up to status, orange and yellow, or the colors that you actually made earlier on when you were doing the statuses. Everything changes automatically. Note, make sure you change the status of the tables to produced when concrete is poured in real life, of course. This is something that practically if you have the mobile app, then of course you will do it through that one, the app called Impact Go. So let's go on with the next part of the training. The next part is the third and final part of the cast planning views, which is the list view. The list view is a condensed calendar view that gives you an overview of all of your tables in every division. The format is the same as the calendar view. So what we're going to go in, we're just going to go into the list view. So you can see, okay, now we're in here. And for me right now, this is going to be loading because I had not used it in quite some time. So what we'll do is just let it load in, take a couple seconds, as you can see here. And we have that. The only thing you need to adjust is the following date filter. You will need to set specific days to look at, of course. You can also take the filter away and look at all of your history, but that will use more memory and your patience if you have using Impact for many years. As you saw before, mine just needed to load in. We could go in and we could filter it out here, and instead of from 2022 and then to forever, we'll go forward, of course. And we'll hit apply here. So there we go. This was quite a lot faster, even though we do have quite some things planned, of course. So right click and header info and functionality are more or less the same as in the detailed and the calendar view. So if you go in, if you want to do something in here, you click it, you right click, and you can do these same things here. So again, basically a condensed version of the calendar view that we had. You can filter everything by dates, just as we did here also. Here are our produced elements that we had before from the calendar. We can go in, set it back to planned. We can go in, we can print our reports and all these kind of things still. Note, the list view is mostly used for a quick overview of your cast history. It's a fast way to rearrange or delete future planning and make it from scratch again. So basically what this means is that normally you will be working in the detail or the calendar view and then going to the list view for an overview of something from the past where you can see a lot at the same time, of course. Let's continue with the training here. So we've done the rough and fine planning, cast planning in Project Manager. Now it's going to be time to learn a little bit about this in the Resource Manager. And the Resource Manager, for you, or those of you who followed along and listened closely, we've already been in there a couple of times to do some settings. This is the tool for the production planner. Why is it? Well, because the Resource Manager, you can plan multiple projects at the same time. And this you cannot do from the Project Manager planning tab. You can only plan one project at the same time. Even though you can see all of them, you can only plan the elements that you can actually move. Before we even start, please open up Resource Manager and activate the cast module. We have our Resource Manager here. If you don't have it open already, as before, write Resource Manager in your search field and open it up. Go to Modules, make sure Cast Planning is switched on. I will go to Planning as well, so we're ready here. So the Planning tab itself. The Resource Manager Planning tab has a left side, which is Filters and Project Selecting, and a right side, which will remind you of the Element ID tab and Project Manager. It's basically the same. If you select your project on the top left, then you leave all the filters unmarked, and then hit refresh. All the elements that are included will that project will show up in the right window. Configuring the Planning tab is the same as in the Element IDs tab. Feel free to select the grid configuration for cast planning. So let's just do these couple of things. Go into a Resource Manager. First, we'll find our project. So you can see you can actually show multiple projects in here if you want to. All. I think he said like that. No filters at all. Everything, please. There we go. Refresh. It's going to load in all the elements from our project, all the statuses. We're going to right click. Feel free to choose the preset cast planning. Again, making a new layout, customizing it and all that works the exact same way as the project manager, so we're not going to do that again. Okay, presets cast planning. Now you can group the elements by different fields of data. You can drag the planned production date on the top of the bar, see the different dates. You can also filter the elements by status, floor, element type, length, width, height, multicast them in the corresponding divisions and the correct planned production dates. Plan hollow core on the hollow core and TT's division, slabs and solid walls on the wall panels, slabs divisions, and so on. Now, just focus on the elements that you're producing in your factory and plan them. Before we start to do that and do these filters, we're just going to take this note. The cast planner in Resource Manager and Project Manager is the same. So it's to propose to have not both open at the same time. Nothing happens if you do, but only because you want you don't want the same person get confused by having the same module open twice on their computer. In this example, we have both Resource Manager and Project Manager open at the same time. So try to autocast a few elements on our tables from Resource Manager, then move to Project Manager and press refresh to see that the elements are automatically updated in both cast views. Note, we're pressing refresh only because we have both software open. If we close the Project Manager and open it again, the changes that we did in Resource Manager will automatically be applied both model and the cast planner. Remember to also view the status colors in the model changing at the same time. So basically what we're going to do now is we're going to plan a little bit in Resource Manager. And I'm going to go in and do that. I'm going to go in here into the Resource Manager and I'm going to group by status. We have 99 elements that are ready for production. What I want to do is I want to take element type also. And we go like this. Here we go. So we have some beams, columns, form slabs, hollow cores, freeze-rest slabs, slabs, and walls. I go into my hollow core. Select them all. Here we go. So we have planned production date on the 4th and the 5th of December. We'll go to our hollow core double T factory. We're going to go to December 5th or 4th, actually, maybe even more. But we have both 4th and 5th in our calendar below here. Hollow core line 1, 2, 3. We're going to put these ones on the 4th. Select all three. We're going to do auto bed management. Again, you should be starting to get a little comfortable with this now. We're going to do multicast. Maybe the reverse direction sequence. We're just going to hit start. So these ones, if I double click, of course, again, which you should also be getting comfortable with, we can go in and check. And we did it by the size, of course, of the elements. These ones change status to 30 now. So we don't have them after updating in the element type anymore. So going back as suggested in the training material to the hollow core and double T's, because we have it open at the same time, let's just go in the detailed view or the calendar view. It doesn't actually matter. And let's go to December 4th. You can see they're actually already here. No need for updating anything. Sometimes you will need to update. Depends also if you have the auto update function switched on. We look at floor 1 and we hit update at the top of the color here. You can see we still want to update maybe sometimes. We have these ones planned as well, and you can keep going. You can even take these ones and move freely, completely as how you want it. Not so much for the hollow core, but maybe more for the wall panels and such. So going back to this one again. It is that only because we have both software open, we need to press refresh. When we've done that, planned a little bit, and you can keep planning. We can plan our columns and beams. We can plan our form slabs. We can plan our balconies. Everything works the exact same way. Again, it's up to you how you produce what you have. Create the factory, create the molds as you have them, plan the elements as you want to plan them in the order that you want to plan them. With the auto bed manager, or taking something and dragging and dropping it down, of course. So now this is done. And what we want to do is we want to go to the workload tab. Workload is where we can see what has been rough and fine planned for a specific period in our factories or divisions. On the top, we have a lot of filtering options that can use to adjust the graph. As an example, select a few days, maybe from the 1st of January in the year that you're reading this training. And this one, we are doing this in 2024. So let's take from the 1st of January 2024, select the value chart and view by. That is the value that drives the production. In our case, I will use mass as our KPI here. So we can use mass. So let's go in and check the workload. Going to workload. We're going to planned production date from January 2024 to January 2025, grouping by weeks. I'm going to select chart. We're going to view by mass. And then you can see now we will already start to load some data in. So you can see here now green for fine planned and gray for rough planned, and then group by actual weeks here. Important note, this is a test trial database. Well, we talked about that before, of course. You're sitting in the trial database, if you are. So you rarely set the rough plan elements to the cast planner. So, of course, for past states, this view should not include any rough planning. If it does that, go back and look at it. In reality, everything that has been rough planned needs to also, of course, be fine planned before the planned production delivery date arrives. So in this way, you can play around with this, show whatever you want to show, print it, make a grid, make a chart, do it per project, do it per factory in specific divisions for specific elements. You can see I've actually selected element type of walls. Let's just select everything instead, just to get different, the data that you actually need. This is basically how you do it. So feel free to play around with the filters in here. So then we'll move on to the actual production tab. And this tab will show everything that has been produced in your factory. Produced means that you have set the cast status to be produced on the cast planner, like we did earlier, either on your phone or on the actual PC app. The views and adjustments are the exact same as the workload tab. One thing different is that you can choose if you want to have a daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly graph. Again, important note, this is a test database. You don't usually set all the fine plan elements to produced. We're not producing them in real life, so that means you will probably not see that much data to compare to a real company or factory. If you want, you can set some of the elements that you have planned for production to be produced and then refresh the graph and just check the difference. Remember to adjust the dates on the graph so your plan dates are included. This is not mandatory. We'll go in, and we can see now we have all the elements on, to production instead. StruSoft Factory 1, production date, January 2024. Maybe not January 2024, we'll just move ahead a little bit because we're actually not doing it until later. There we go. Grids, charts, element types, StruSoft Factory 1, production date from here to here. And view by mass, for example. Let's refresh again. This was viewed by time and we did not set the time. So how many tons of elements have we actually produced from 7th of October? In this case, that's where we're doing 125 tons actually of elements. And we have a little bit more here, but you can go in again, filter this out, change it, check out how much are you doing, print it out, viewed by mass, volume, so on and so forth, however you want to do it. Again, if you want to produce something more to see if this, to see if these things will change, well, you can go in and do that in either the resource manager under planning or the project manager under the planning. So let's go in, for example, and just set, just produce these hollow core elements here. Produce, refresh. There we go. Now we're doing 100 tons instead. A bunch of hollow cores also. So let's continue to the next part of the training. The element control system. So, for example, in order to do quality checks on the elements, we'll have to create these quality checklists in the software. And for this training, of course, here, we already have created some basic controls. If you are a production admin, if you like to know how to create the new controls in Impact, then follow this link. As well as before, I'm just going to hold Control down and click. For those of you guys who are not a production admin, you can fast forward through this part again. Now you're allowed also to do it. Set up basic controls in Resource Manager. Would you like to know how to create new controls in Resource Manager? Follow the steps below. Open Resource Manager settings and select Element Control. We'll go to Resource Manager, Settings, select Element Control. Now we're in here. Create a new control on the right side and give it a name, a description, a status type, and assign it to an element type. It is very important to select the correct status type for a control as it is connected to a real status change. This means that the control will affect the element status when finished. Impact has three status types: planned and approved, produced and approved, or no status. This can be any intermediate quality control, happens anytime during the production, storage, transportation of the elements. If you create controls for your wall elements, then you can open the tree view of the element control, find the one that you just created, and go into the following view. So in here, how to create a new one, you simply click plus, and here we go. We create a new one. We give it an order. We give it a name, a description, select the type and the element. Simple as that. Create however many you want to do. I am going to remove this one. And what we're going to do instead is we take one wall one as the one Thomas had, and we can even add also like a picture on it. So we'll go in and we'll go down under wall. This is where we can create simple measurement checks. So we go from element control, standard production control to a wall probably. There we go. So we can see we have simple checks. Right click new, just write a question. Is that question answered, yes or no? Has it been produced? Is the concrete recipe okay? Has it been demolded? Same thing with measurement checks. Right click, hit new, write the name of the parameter and select the type. Other is for anything else than length with height or mass. For example, diagonal. I'm going to discard this one again. When you create them, you can put in an attachment, which is like an image again. You can attach an image for how to measure the length. And then you give it a tolerance check as well. That's basically what you need to do here. Then you can build out your control however you want here. In more advanced situations, you can add PDF files and images that visualize the checklist on paper. Basically, again, this is where you can do this attachment to the length. You can do the attachment to the control itself that we had here. You can actually see if I click this one, there is an attachment of a picture of the element itself on paper. And basically you build your controls up, pre-production controls, post-pouring controls. All of this you can build up for all of your element types if you have different ones, of course, as well also. So, important note, it is okay to have many controls per element type. It's also to have a few extra controls for specific elements of that type, such as architectural walls. In a situation like that, you don't need to create more control checklists for those elements. Add all the possible controls under the main control. And then you'll get the option to perform the control or not perform the control if relevant to this specific element. This is something that we do with the triple method of triple clicking on the control and performing it. One click means yes, two clicks means not applicable, three clicks means unmarked again. So that means that if you have some special controls that are only applicable for special types of that wall, you can still have just one control for the wall. Just hit them as not applicable if you don't need them. That's basically it. Hope this was enough for you guys. You can always go and pause this video, finish it, if you not finish it, pause it, and then make your own controls, so on, follow along with what has been clicked. But basically, right-clicking and hitting new is very straightforward. Let's go back to the main training. I'm just going to close these ones before that we had. So that takes us in here. Now you're not allowed to fast forward anymore. So the general information about controls and impact. The Impact Cast Manager, Planner, and Impact Go, they both allow us to perform quality controls for every element that we place on a cast. All the control info is stored in the database and can be printed or shared with corresponding agencies, country in which you operate. This is very important for the traceability of every element, of course. In our trial database here, we've created 2 basic controls. These will help us control the status of the elements before and after producing our elements. First control is called standard pre-production. The second one is called the standard production. The standard pre-production is the processes that take before we pour the concrete, and the standard production is the one that we do after the concrete is poured. You can add as many as you want. For this training, we will only use the above 2. That's because the 2 mentioned will trigger automatic status changes for the elements when we complete them. It is very important to mention that the controls in Impact need to be added to every element separately. Well, we're going to show you how anyways. So adding controls on elements in Project Manager. Adding controls to elements, fairly simple. It can be done in many ways in the software. The easiest way to do it is simply in the model viewer in the Project Manager. Select all elements you want to have controls for, and then right-click and press Add Controls. We'll just do that for the elements of the first floor. First floor, with our nice little rainbow of colors, we can go back and say None. We'll select all of the elements, right-click, and we'll add controls. So this takes this pop-up up, and let's follow along with the training, basically saying, let's add everything, and hit OK. Once we get this one, we can go back again. So let's go in here and say that's fine, everything, all controls on everything, at least the ones we have, the ones we do, the ones we make, and just let it get a second too, just to apply it, and we should get that pop-up notifying us. It's all good. So as you can read here, we can still work in the software. It's going to take a little bit of time to apply all of the controls. Once they are fully added, the following message will pop up. In some cases, it might actually take a couple of minutes to pop up, which is why I was a little bit confused before. So we'll just let it work, adding the controls to the whole floor, to all 129 elements here in this case. So now, after this is done, we press refresh on the cast planner and we can get ready to work with the controls. So say that's fine with the controls. We will refresh starting on the 25th. Perfect. We have our planned elements here. Refresh. So if we look into our cast planner, we'll see that the rectangle of the elements in the calendar view has turned into red before they were white. That's an indication that there is a control added to your elements, but has not yet been performed. You need to add controls also on the cast planner. You don't need to, you can also add them. You can select the table, right-click, add controls. You don't have to do this because we did it in the project manager. So, if you don't have controls on these, you can right-click and you can add the controls in here instead, just like we did above for the whole model. So, actually performing controls in the Impact Go app. And this is when it's going to start to become a little complex because now I will need to share the screen of my phone. So what you're going to do is you're going to need our mobile app called Impact Go. If you do not have Impact Go installed, then you need to follow this link in order to download and install the app, either for iOS or Android devices. So here you have it for Apple Business Manager and for Android as well. Basically, this is overcomplicating it a lot. What you want to do is you want to go into your app store on your phone. Where do I have my phone? I have it right here. And you simply want to search for Impact Go NG. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pause here, and then I'm going to return when I have something to share the screen of my phone with for you guys, so you can follow along with that as well. So now for you guys, a microsecond or a millisecond will have passed. For me, I just connected my phone here with screen sharing. If you don't already have an Impact Go, then download it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Store. I'm going to search for Impact Go 17NG. This is the newest version of the app as of today. As you can see, Impact 17 Go NG is already installed in my case, so I'm just going to go ahead and open it instead. As you can see here, I can scan or I can log in. What you want to do is you want to scan that QR tag so that you will log in to the same place where I'm logged in. If you have your own database, this is going to be completely different. Then it's going to be your own, of course. I'm going to log in. And then you will add your email, and your password to this one here, just to log in. Same thing as you log into everything else with. You can see mine that says, oh, wrong email and password. Here we go. With the right email and the right password, then we've logged in. Select the user, okay. Impact English, okay. Now the main view of the app will pop up. So now it's important to use our cast report that we printed before or print a new cast report from a table that you have not produced yet. Take into account this, not produced yet. The cast report should look like the following. Good. So we'll go in, we'll do that. We'll go in here, we'll take here, Wednesday the 27th. This is not produced. We will print out a cast report. Print. And here we will have that one. Here we will scan the QR code with the phone. So I will take my phone and I'm just going to show you how it looks. I'm going to click on this one here. I hit the wrong button. I'm going to click on the QR tag here and I'm simply going to just move it in to actually scan. There we go. Perfect. So that's how it's going to look now. And we'll just move it back to here. This looks a little bit different. That's because already now, since we have written this course material, we've updated the software a little bit. That's why I showed you where Impact 17 Go NG could be found, of course. Select one of the elements and press the I button. Select one of the elements, press the I button, taking us into the properties. and then we'll hit element control. Element control is the blue one right here. So I'll click it. Now we should have the two controls visible, which we do. We'll select standard pre-production and we'll go into that one. Select that one, hit select. These simple checks like checklists, measurement checks, simple checks are what you'll see now is the formwork done, is the reinforcement produced and accounted for. The measurement checks, which we have later, will be ones where we actually measure them. So perform the checks and press save. Formwork done, yes. Reinforcement produced and accounted for, yes. Save. So we can see now we'll have a controlled date, controlled by me in this case. We'll go into our measurement checks. And of course now what you're going to do is you're going to measure it. The actual value is 3054. That is fine. The actual value is 341. Fine. The actual value is 2616. Fine. And the diagonal, there's not a check on that one. We'll just leave it like this also. And this one also. Save. Try to click more than once. See what happens. Okay, so what happens if we click more than once? Diagonal, for example. Oh, you see that? The 3-click one. Not applicable, for example. The same thing as you can see here, reinforcement produced and accounted for. Is it not applicable, or is it actually done or not done? The triple clicking format. 1-click, check. 2-click, not relevant. 3-click, unmarked again. After the control is performed here, we'll go back. I'm just going to hit save again here. We'll go back. And we will select pre-production control, save. How far back does he want us to go? We went a little bit too far back. There we go. And hit inspect. Take a few pictures and save them on the phone. What you're going to do is take a picture of the element. We hit inspect. There are no images. You're going to take the picture. In my case here, my phone is not going to allow me to take the pictures here. Basic view is very easy. Allow your phone to take the pictures. Take a picture of the element, whatever is around you. You can also add in pictures from your actual camera roll on your phone. So now the control is done. Please select it and hit save. That's what we did before. Go back to the main view. The main view is here. And you can actually see that now this is changed. So you can see this looks a little bit different than what it does in the training material. Again, we already updated the software. 35 green control. The other one you can see here, 35 green control. The other one is not controlled. So check your model in Project Manager and check it in Cast Planner. The affected element has a new status. So let's go in and check that. We go in here, refresh. And again, now we only refresh because we're sitting and doing all the same things on one computer here in the form of this training. So you can go in and see here, in this case, standard production control, standard pre-production control is already done. If we go into our status machine, we look at our element, just hit update here, of course, the 3D model. it's brown instead of yellow or orange. And brown means planned and approved. So let's get our phone up here, see if we need to use it more. If you want to check the checklist just performed, select the corresponding element on the calendar view of the cast planner and press the element control button. That means that we can actually go in here and go on this one, hitting the element control, and I can see we actually did this, both the simple and the measurement checks, not applicable. All the measurements are there. Everything is logged in just by using our phone. Perfect. And in the training, you have a picture even as well, and you will also have a few pictures. Select the other element on the project manager and do the same controls directly from the cast planner and not the mobile app. The effect is the same, but in real life, do these from the app when you're out in the factory. So we'll go in, we will do element control, standard pre-production control. Good, good. Save, measurement checks. I'm not going to write the actual values now. I'm just going to hit save, but it works the exact same way as it did before. You can see this one, it even warns us. Are you sure you're doing this right? Yeah, that's fine. This is for training purposes. There we go. Close that one. So then you can see this one turned green. That's because both elements actually are done. And if we go back to our phone, which I think we suggest now, go back to the mobile app and refresh it. Well, let's see what happens then. We'll go back, and I'm just going to hit this like circle button thing here at the top to refresh. And you can see, well, that's good. Everything is refreshed and ready. It should look somewhat like in the training material here, which it does. So it works both ways, from the computer to the phone, from the phone to the computer, and so on. Select the whole cast by clicking on the header. Select produced. Here we go. They change status to 40. This is how you should do it in real life when the concrete is poured. When the curing time is finished, you can then scan the cast or the element label again, and then perform the post-production control. After that is done, the status should change to 45. So let's do that. So we're going to do the same. We're going to do the control on the element control, standard production control, selected. Yes, 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 the concrete is okay. The element has been demolded. The element has been produced. Save. The measurement checks. I'm not going to write it again. Here again, I would advise you to do it. Save. Save. This means now that this one should be updated to 45, just as you can see here. In the Resource Manager, you can also do this. So now to make it even more complex, opening this, opening that, and so on, let's go to the Resource Manager. So let's go to the Resource Manager. Here we go. And we'll go to Controls. And we will take from, you can see here, we'll take a project. Because if we don't take our project, then we will get all of the controls for the factory, of course. And we'll do a filter, just put it far up here, refresh. And now, of course, it's going to look all the way back to 2022 here, as you can see. So now we'll get all of the controls which have been done or haven't been done on all the different elements. And you can see some of them are green, some of them are red, and so on, which is perfect. That's exactly what we did. So a full summary will come. You can scroll down, see the full detail by clicking Control Details on the side of the window. So let's go into this one, and you click Control Details. You can see the full detail with the pictures and everything for all projects, all elements in this list view. Again, filtering it however you want to get all this sorted. So why do we do that? Well, of course, I've just put my phone down. Printing control reports. So select a few controls, maybe the ones you just did, where the element status is 35 or 45, then right click and print from filter. Try and print both possibilities, detail and compact. You'll see the difference in the two reports. These reports are a suggestion from our company. You can adjust them according to your needs as they are made through Excel. You can even add pictures and things like this as well. This is specifically done within the report tool, which is not covered here. I'll right click it. I'll print from filter. I'll print compact element control. I'll also go in and print the detail one afterwards, just as suggested. Here the compact control is project element mark, the type, the controls, if they're approved or not, when they were approved. Super easy. It's going to make a couple lines like that for each element. Print from filter, print detail element controls. We don't have any pictures attached, so even printing the ones with picture won't give us anything. But now here we'll get each single small thing. When is it approved? What was the tolerance? What was the value? Who did it? And so on and so forth. So depending on what you actually need. So that's it for this part as well. So now we can continue to the next part of the training. Wonder what's next? We'll click here. So the next part is disorders, rejections, notifications. So in order to create disorders and rejections, you need to create issues. It's like reasons for non-conformance. For the purpose of this training, some basic issues have already been created in the database, like before. Now, again, I'm going to let you know if you are not an administrator, then you can skip the next couple of minutes. If you are, please do not skip the next couple of minutes. So I will click this one on how to create issues in Resource Manager. The settings regarding issues should be filled out slowly according to specific non-conformance that you experience in your company. A new issue might occur when you need to create a disorder. That have to be logged in the system, of course. In Resource Manager, the issues can be found under settings, and you can decide how many reasons, sub-reasons, and category of sub-reasons you would like to add. The following picture shows you a basic set of issues. Do not hesitate to add a lot of different value. The sky's the limit. I'm just going to show you where it is, and it's going to be easy to create it. Just take it one at a time. So, the Resource Manager, we're in here, go to Settings, go to Issues, and then you have different reasons, sub-reasons, categories. You can add a reason. If we add a reason, simple of course, just read what it is. We'll take one of our reasons, production. Right click, add sub-reasons. What is the sub-reason? Demolding. Another category, lifters, cracking. Add another one, and another one, and another one. Sky's the limit, just as mentioned in the training material. That's basically it. Just remember to save it once you're done. So we will go back to the training material by clicking here. And we'll keep using our phone for this exercise as well. So I'll leave the screen, turn on to where we were. It's lying down right now, which is why it's showing like that. So you can see here. So Disorders and impact is an issue with an element where something has gone wrong that you can fix. Rejection is something you need to produce a new element. The best way to work with disorders and rejections should reflect the real life workflow. And that's an example, one example will follow below. It's important to note that disorders and rejections can be created in many ways in the system, and the following is just a training example. Disorder can also be created for a whole project and not only for a specific element. That you can press the disorder button on the top of the project manager instead. So for the exercise, what we want to do is we want to create a disorder in Impact Go, which is the mobile app, of course. So it's very simple. Select an element, press the I, select issues, then disorders, then press the plus sign to create a new one. So we'll take this one here, select this element, SW18. There we go. Just need to refresh the phone on the screen here. And you hit the I, and then we will hit issues, and we will have a disorder. Click the plus sign to get a new one. So now we can create the one. So you need to fill out this following information. I will assign to Thomas. It's basically the person who needs to fix something here. The reason should be production, the sub-reason, demolding, category, cracking in this place. There are a few cracks on the wall. Anything here, of course. Take a picture of it also. In the top, you can see the camera again. And you can even add more details, but this is what we'll need for now. Create. Now we'll have this active disorder. This could reflect a real life example. People on the floor won't have access to the computer, but only the mobile app. So now we want to go back to the cast planner, find the element with the disorder on the calendar view, select it, and open the disorders window. Okay. So let's do that. There's also better ways to find it actually, but I think this is a great exercise to go back there. So we'll go back to the cast planner, we'll go to our element, and we actually have, if you go through here, you can see there's so much information. We have a disorder here. By clicking that disorder, it will bring up this box of disorders. Let's just check. What do we want to do? Select it and open the disorders window. Okay, so now we say here, this disorder is actually beyond repair. So we need to reject the element instead. So we create a rejection out of the disorder. So we select it, we edit it, and then we're ready to do it. I'm just reading at the same time, sorry. So if the element was repairable, we can assign it to somebody else to fix it and what to do and so on, adding pictures, all of that. And we can change the status of this disorder to closed and move the element to storage. In this case, for example, I can close it. I'll reject it instead, actually. Here we go. So we closed it. And then we'll select the element, right click, and hit reject instead. So now we get a production rejection. So when you reject something, it's going to remove it from the cast planning. So either you need to replan it directly the day after, which we can't do, if you can see behind here. Go in and look a little bit more in our calendar. We'll need to replan it on some different table the day after, or in this case it would be Monday the 2nd, or you need to do it immediately afterwards. So we'll go in, we will reject again the element over here, and I'm going to reject it, and I'm not going to replan it. I'm going to manually replan it afterwards. Broken element, we'll write. Take a picture of the broken element as well. You can add an attachment. You can also just do this from your phone instead. But now we're going to do things both from our phone and not from our phone. So this is rejected. I'm just going to double click to go into detailed because we want to replan this element here, of course. So there we go. This is the space we have. With our elements, and now we can actually produce this element again, which was actually rejected. We're going to take the element, we're going to move it down to produce it the day after on a different table. So there we go, now it's produced. Let's go back to the training just to check what the training. If there is no space to move it tomorrow, then make some space by moving elements around and replan the rejected elements from the model view or create the rejection afterwards. In my case, I simply just moved it down, dragged it down, put it in the detail view instead. If you change the element to cast, you'll be able to see a difference between an element with a disorder and a rejection that has been replanned also. So let's just see if we have it now. We have actually replanned it. And you can see there's like a light orange here, which is, I'm going to make some more space for this. That is actually a rejected element with a new cast. So I'm realizing now I've like been bombing you guys with new information for 3 hours. Keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. If you work with this for 8 hours every day, you're going to catch on very, very quickly. So no worries about this at all. Yeah, so you can also change the colors to disorders and give that a try. Well, let's try to do that. Disorders. Okay. A closed disorder. That's the one I closed before. And the rest has no disorders. Fine. So, summaries of disorders and rejections in the Resource Manager. All the disorders and rejections in our database are gathered under the corresponding tabs in the Resource Manager. Rejections and disorders. Note, different disorder statuses are reflected by different colors, red, green, gray, so on. This gives us filtering option to understand how many open non-conformance cases we have at any given point. An active disorder becomes red when the deadline for resolving it has passed. Otherwise, it will be yellow. The disorders of colors are also reflected in the mobile app through the disorder triangle. We can go in and we can check in our mobile just a little bit here. If we go back, refresh. So now this one is actually rejected, as you can see. And there is no disorder actually because I deleted it. So before going to this PM notifications, we'll just go quickly in to disorders and rejections in the Resource Manager. We're not going to have specific more direct training right now on this because this works the same exact way as the rest of the things we've already looked at. So we can go in, we can look at this, and we'll just look at our project, refresh data, and we have our rejections, the broken element, which is yellow for active. You can go and set the status yourself through the phone as well. Set status, resolved, closed. It's actually resolved now, or is it closed? Well, let's wait to do that till we actually produce the element. Same thing with the disorders. You can look across all of your projects. For the sake of this, we're just going to keep it to here, assign to everybody today, and then a little bit in the future. There we go. And here we have the disorder that actually closed. So in here you'll make these lists as well. Oh, the notifications in the project manager. So briefly, but except for disorders, or along with the disorders and rejections, you can create notifications that will be applied to specific uses from the project manager. So let's select an element, right click on it. I'm just going to make this one big again, and then press add notification. So that's what we're going to do. Let's go into the project manager and do that. But before, we'll just check this one here. A new window will pop up and you will need to be able to fill out the empty fields and send the notification to specific users. If in doubt, always send the notification to Thomas Gietzes at thomasgietzes@StruSoft.com. You can see in this case, he sends it to me. So I'm going to create a new notification with this one. And I'm going to do it like this here. I'm going to right click, add notification, title. I don't know, what did we write here? Element with a few issues. There's some issues with this wall. If this is your own company, you will select, your own recipients and send lists and so on. So, but if you check this one and you select Thomas Gietzes, add an attachment, browse a file, put a picture on it, create an email, then it's going to send an email also to Thomas. Don't worry if you send emails to him. He's just gonna think, oh, that's nice that you guys are using the training material. But then we're good to go. Let's just check if we wanted us to do anything other. Yeah, so we could set up a mail server, which we have already done. So Thomas, he will get an email. He will get something that looks like this here. So let's just send him an email and we'll see. Sometime today, he'll probably ask me, hey, Nick, what's up? What happened? We'll hit OK. So now we've added the notification to Thomas. And you can see that it actually, in my mail, it popped up with this one to send an email to Thomas as well. Don't need to send that. Well, and that takes us to the next part of our training again. And that takes us to the storage chapter. So in order to put our precast elements on a storage location after they've been produced, of course, first we'll need to actually have storage locations within the software. In the training, of course, we already have some basic storage locations. But again, as I mentioned before, if you are an admin, and then you will know how to create storage locations in your own database, then you need to follow this link. As I've said before, if you're not an admin, skip the next minute or two, continue back when we go to assign a storage location in Impact Go. So I'm going to follow this link, and we get in here. So in the resource manager settings, you will need to mark storages and create your storage locations per factory. Some basic locations have been created for those who are using the trials and trainings database. A storage location in the software is a defined space where you can leave your elements until pickup. So basically your storage in your yard or your storages. You can have as many as you want scattered across all of your factories and so on. The location in Impact should have the same name as the location in real life. This is because we can use the storages to figure out exactly where their elements are, of course. So to create a new one, we open Resource Manager, we go to Settings, we go to Storages, and then we're in here. So we'll go open our Resource Manager, go to Settings, I'm gonna just turn this down. We go to Storages, we can see I have storage 1 to 10, storage number 1 to 11 actually. If you want to create a new storage, right click, click New, give it a name and a description. That's basically it. We'll give this one storage 12 and we'll save. That's it, simple as that. Now you as an admin can create storage spaces as well. So let's go back to the main training. Go back to the training here. And now we get to this point of assigning a storage location in Impact Go. So what's the first thing we need to do? Select the table where the elements are already produced and print out the element labels. So that's of course what we want to do. Scan the element labels of the elements and add them to the mobile app. Select the one or all of the elements at the same time and press the location button. Okay, so what we're going to do is just going to go back to a project. I'm already in the calendar here. And we have all these elements here. Basically, I think I'm just going to set them all. Set status produced. Meaning all the elements are produced now. If we go to status, you'll have most of them done here, of course. We do have some other colors like produced and approved and so on also. But anyways, now since they're produced, we can take them here and we can print out one of our reports again. So we'll print out a cast planning. I think that was what was suggested. Then scan the element labels of the elements and add them to the mobile app. So it actually asks us to scan the labels. Select one or all the elements at the same time and press the location button. So I'm going to show you two ways, of course. First, we have the cast itself. Let's go for the element labels also. Just going to go in here. We're going to print element label. Here we go. So what's the difference here? Well, let me open up my phone. We'll take element labels and we'll scan an element label. There we go. Scanning an element label will get you one element here. Pushing the location button right here will allow us to say that this one is in storage number 1 store. So now this element is in storage number 1, but that was only one element. So if we want to scan again, scan another element. Oh yeah, maybe it scanned the same element because they're so close in this case here. So this will only take one element at a time. So instead of this, for me, you can scan the stack itself, or you can scan the actual cast. In this case, of course, we'll scan the cast because we haven't gotten to the stacks yet. So we'll go in, we'll scan the cast. Here we go, and we can see, well, this cast is produced. If we select them all, we put them all on storage number 1, store. Here we go, now they're all on storage number 1. So this is that cast that we put on storage number 1. It doesn't necessarily need to be the cast, because if the way you're stacking is directly on some sort of frame or the hollow cores that we can put up on the stack and so on, then of course, very specifically, you will have that stack in your storage. But then you do the exact same thing, you'll just scan the storage label. So in our case here, what we can do is print out cast, print out, we can actually do a bigger one also if we want to do that. But again, do the same thing with this one. There was one that was rejected. This can of course not get a storage location, but the other one can. That one is in, we also put that in storage number 1 maybe. So basically this is very simple and easy way of, storing your elements. And just for the fun of it, let's take the rest. I'd like you to take the rest as well. I think that's going to make it easier. When we continue, maybe we want to make some stacks, maybe we want to make some other stuff where we need the elements on storage. Now we have the other one. This one here scanned. Same thing again. Take the elements 1, 2, 3. These ones are on storage number 2 maybe. Basically storage is just somewhere you need to put them so you know where to find them. We get sick of printing them all. You can mark something like all of them instead. And you can print out cast, for example, here. Print out cast. You don't even need to use the phone actually for the storage either. But now we're just going to do it since we're already at it. So now it's going to print out the rest. We'll have that right here. And you can see we'll have a QR tag for each of these. So what happens if I scan? Oh, I'm going to show my phone. I'm going to put this to the side a little bit so you guys can see. Phone. Scan this one. We'll scan again. This one. So you can see it actually gets filled up. Scan again. This one. So you can scan all of your elements in all the days to find everything like this as well. You could also print an element list or something like this. But now we have everything. So this is just me, I think, just going around doing some other stuff just to see what happens actually. And then the rest we put it on storage yard number 3. Again, as mentioned, there is no correct flow in the storage of the elements because you might stack them very importantly before you even think about storing them. But in our case, we haven't stacked them yet, but at least now they are all produced, they all have a storage, and this will prepare us for anything else that will come in the training, of course. So let's go in and check what else we're supposed to do. Now I completely forgot to look at the training. Assign the elements to one of the storage locations. Press the storage location and store. The elements have now changed status to 50. Stored. You can also see on the model view in PM that the element has changed status. Let's go in and check PM, and we'll just update over here. Very nicely colored. All are purple. We look at our phone. Everything is purple. Status 50. Close that one as well. Let's go back. Note, if the elements are not produced and you assign them to a storage location, the status will not change to 50. This is because the software has not registered the elements are produced. Then that means that the element should be placed in storage number 5, 1, 2, 3, after it's produced, of course. Important to know that the status chain follows the real-life chain, which means that non-produced elements will not change status unless they're set to produced in software by setting cast to produced. So, getting an overview of your storage in Resource Manager. All storage locations for produced elements can be shown under the Storage tab in Resource Manager. That is also the only other place in the software apart from Impact Go where you can actually set storage locations for produced elements. The only filter you need to use is the storage date and then press refresh data. The storage date will show you all the elements that have been produced in the selected factory until the selected date and have not been delivered yet. So everything that's produced and not delivered yet, either with or without an assigned storage location. In the picture above, you can select a few elements, then right click and assign a storage location. So we actually did it for all of these sandwich walls on the phone, but we could actually do it in the Resource Manager as well. So we'll go into the Resource Manager, we'll go to Storage. Here we go. We'll simplify it a little bit. We'll just look at the storage for this project. And we'll have a look at it. And let's change the date to 27th of November because that's when we start to 28th maybe, 29th even, when we start to produce these elements here. So here we go. We'll look at our sandwich walls. All of them have storage locations. You can even see which ones are on storage number 1, which ones are on storage number 2, storage number 3, and so on. Right-clicking Set Location will allow you to change it immediately from in here as well, so you don't need the phone. The phone is good to do it while you're out on site, of course. So, continue to the next part of the training here. So, now we made it to the 3D stack and transport planning piece of the tutorial. And yeah, well, let's just start. Let's just get going. First of all, we need to activate the stack and transport modules in the project manager. And of course, let's go in and let's just get that done first. We're going to modules, take the stack planning and the transport planning. It is of the utmost importance to understand how the software recognizes what a stack and what a transport are defined as an impact. So a stack is several elements that are stacked together so that they can be transported in the same vehicle or in the same part of the trailer and so on. Stack can be horizontal, vertical, with or without specific dimensions, A-frame, L-frame, and for example a rack for an in-loader truck. So here we have some examples in a picture here down below: horizontals, in-loaders, verticals, and A-frames. The vehicle itself is the transport carrier for the stack. In impact, the vehicle could be, a truck, it can be a trailer, it can be a semi-trailer, and an in-loader. If none of those are what you use, then we also have a user defined. So here we see an in-loader, we see a truck, and we see a trailer. In impact, a transport is defined as a stack on top of a vehicle. This can be defined in the settings as a transport template. If you don't have a transport template, then you cannot automatically plan a transport in impact. So basically you need a template, and we'll get back to more on that later on in this training material. Every time you automatically create a transport, you create the corresponding stack also. On the other hand, if you create a stack, you will not necessarily need to have a transport or a vehicle. So these are crucial definitions. That's the difference between stack and a transport. The transport is what actually goes out to the site. The stack is the way that the elements are stacked together in a stack. This also means that you have a great flexibility when it comes to logistics planning. And we have a note here is one more output of the above is that for flooring precast elements, it's optimal to first create the stacks and then add the stacks to a vehicle. For vertical elements, create the transport automatically maybe. Every company is different and can create your own processes when it comes to logistics planning. So you follow your own process, of course. If you are a production admin and would like to know how to predefine stacks, vehicles, and transport templates, please follow this link before actually trying to make the automatic planning. Again, for you guys who are using the standard impact one or is not an administrator and already have it in your company, skip this part of the video or fast forward through it. And for those of you who are admins and need to learn this and need to set this up, we'll keep following. Taking us into stack and transport settings in the resource manager. So to activate the 3D stack and transport modules, you will need to activate the following setting in the resource manager under the general settings tab. So what do? We open the resource manager, we go to the general settings tab. Resource manager, settings, go up all the way to the general settings tab. And then we go down to find the visual stacker, 3D stack view and transport view needs to be set to yes if you want to follow this training here. The next step will be to create a transport division under divisions in the resource manager settings. If you remember, we made like a production division before, and the course said please also make a transport division. Well, anyway, we'll go in just to check it. Again, to the resource manager, divisions. You need to create a new division. You can see I already have a transport in StruSoft Factory 1. If you want to make a new one, division, transport, select the factory. You need to have this to have your transports. So we'll go back again. There are two main modules in the impact regarding logistics, stack and transport. Stack is a way of stacking elements together and preparing them for transport. Transport is the combination between a stack and a vehicle. For the purpose of creating a stack, we need to set up a stack template, and for creating a transport, we'll need a vehicle and a transport template. If you don't have a template, you cannot use the module. In the resource manager, we have stack templates, transport vehicles, and transport templates. For stack templates, there's a little bit of an explanation here, where you have the name, where you write the name in the first field, the type, you select the type, undefined, horizontal, vertical, or rack. Then we will have the maximum element length as number 3. This is the maximum length of an allowed element on the stack. maximum element width, maximum element height, maximum mass of all the elements on the stack, maximum element count, tolerance X, Y, Z, which is the distance in between the elements on the actual stack. So if we go in to the stack template settings, we go to our stack templates, you can see we have something already. We have a name called A-frame. The type is rack. The maximum element length is 8.1 meters, width 3.9, height 3.9, 24 tons, maximum 4 elements. And a tolerance of 100 millimeters in between the actual elements. You can see this width and height, it might be a little too much, but you'll see that later on because we actually use it to show you how to trim your elements in the planning. So basically that's how you do that. If you want to make a new one, you right click, hit new. For those of you who are admins, feel free to take a screenshot of this, of course. It's much easier for you to work. The next step in the tutorial is rack settings. So rack settings, again, 1, you have a rack type. 2, you have a loading direction. Then you have the rack length, the rack width, the rack height, and the top width only if you're using an L or an A frame, and an angle only if you're using an L or an A frame. Own mass is how much it weighs. Centroid X is the center of gravity calculations. Always use the length divided by 2. Same with Y and Z, of course. We'll go in, we'll just have a look at that. In the A-frame, we have the rack settings for the A-frame. The type is double-sided. The loading direction is center, meaning that the first element that goes on will be on the inside and then on the outside, and it will change sides, of course, changing between left and right because it's an A-frame. The length is 8.1 meters. The width of the rack itself is 2.5 meters. The height of the rack itself is 3 meters. The top width is 50 and the angle is 3 degrees. This one weighs 1 ton. And then we have the centroids here. So you can see the same if we go, this is the rack. If you go to the horizontal one, there's nothing because you don't have a specific rack. If you go for the inloader, we'll have an inloader rack instead. Again, with the loading direction of center in this case, but then we'll also have gable settings. Again, to make rack settings on something. Same thing as you make everything else, of course. So for the inloader, when we activate the actual inloader, we'll have these gable settings. In gable settings, you have height, thickness, placement, mass, stacking side from front. The height of the gables, of course, of the inloader, the thickness of the gable, how far the gable should be placed from the stacking side, and the own mass of the gable. Stacking side itself is front side or back side. So a lot of companies have the inloaders, they stack from the front and from the back, but you can also stack from the front and from the middle, for example, if you just give it a placement. Again here, feel free to take a screenshot of the video because I'm not going to make all of these in this training material. But these are the ones we set up as standard, and the information here will be more than enough of what you need to actually create your own. So take a couple of screenshots or pause the video for these things and have a play with it yourself, of course. So that takes us from stack to vehicles. And again, just describing vehicles, and instead of reading all of these up again, I think I will just go in and show it. We'll go with vehicle here. Basically, you give it a name, a type again. You can either give it a truck, a trailer, semi-trailer, or inloader. A description. So we have inloader, inloader, inloader. maximum length, width, and height again, maximum mass of the total thing, maximum element count, the vehicle size as well, and the upper deck length and height specifically for the end loader as well. You can notice here underneath that there is this vehicle axle also. And here described in the training material is just a little bit about what is that, of course. So basically, I see it just described it, so I'm just going to do it instead of reading all the text. You know, after a few hours of this, you get tired of reading everything aloud. So, pin in the front, which is the first axle of the pin. In the inloader, we still call it the pin. You can have a curb weight and it can have a maximum mass. And then the axle at the back can also have a maximum mass. Why this is important is because you can have 30 tons in total on something, but it might be you can't have too much weight in the front or in the back, for example. So with the inloader, it's 20 tons in the back, 18 tons in the front. With the trailer here, that you can then see, this is a trailer for A-frame slabs and so on, as you can see in the description. The maximum mass is still 30 tons, but the maximum mass in the front is 15 tons and the maximum mass in the back is 18 tons. You can have two axles here, of course, a pin and some sort of axle. If it's a triple axle, a bogie axle, or an axle and a bogie axle like you've seen with the truck here, it doesn't make a difference in how you calculate it. It just makes a little bit of a visual difference in the 3D model itself. So just as with the stack templates, you can take a couple screenshots here, try and make this, customize it, make your own, of course. And that takes us to the transport templates themselves. So to create a transport template, you'll need to do the two following steps. First of all, you need to create a name and an order for your templates on the first grid. First grid is the top one. On the grid below, select one of the existing vehicles that you created in the previous step and assign the default stack also created in the stack templates for each of them. Remember to press save. Then the template is finished and you have activated the transport module. So basically, we'll go in. We have something called a trailer, an inloader, and a truck. And you can see if we create a new one, template 1, order 4, that's basically it. I'll discard the changes because when you have that, as mentioned in the training, you'll make another one below. And then you select the type, trailer, and then you can select one of your default stacks on it. Once that is done, you're good to go. The default stack doesn't necessarily need to be the stack which it is loaded on, but that will just make it automatically when you make transport, it will automatically put those stacks on it, but you can still put any type of stack on that type of truck. So again, the same thing here. Just have a little bit of a look. This is very simple. You can see the name you choose. You can only choose one of the three that we actually made in transport vehicles before. So these names are the same, making it very simple. But you can make any type of constellation here, as many trucks as you want, call them whatever you want. It's all up to you. That wraps it up for this part here. So let's go back to the main training by clicking here, of course. So please continue on to this page. The 3D stack module overview. 3 windows, the stack list, the elements which are on every stack, and a 3D view of the stack. Quite easy, straightforward. We have it here, the element list, elements on the stack, or the stack list, transport list, the elements on the stack, and the 3D image. So let's try with a small example. We'll create a stack from the hollow cores. So filter out all the hollow core slabs on the first floor and select them. Use the function auto stack and the following window will pop up. Select horizontal template and load order erection sequence reverse. That will ensure that the latest hollow core stacked on top of the pile will be the first that needs to be erected on site. You should have the following list of stacks created. So let's try that. We'll go in here, we'll filter out the hollow core. We're just going to select them. Doesn't matter how we select them actually. Then we use auto stack, which is this button right here. If you need to find a button in general from the course material and can't find it, just hover the mouse over if it doesn't have a name. As you can see here, new stack, auto stack, new stack from template. Here is auto stack. There was also a picture of it. I'm going to do horizontal. You can see the dates are already filled out. We're going to do Erection sequence reversed. We're going to hit OK. That's basically it. Now it's going to stack the elements for us. 32 elements have been planned for stack. And we'll have something that looks like what Thomas had. We might have a couple of some fewer ones. It depends a little bit on the settings themselves inside, but he has 4 as well as we have 4. So, functionalities of the stacking module. Basically, we've stacked it now. So, to tweak it, to make it nicer, to make it better, to make everything fit, you can merge stack layers, you can move the stacks up and down, you can rotate the elements, you can drag and move elements around if you want to do that, but be careful. So first of all, merging stack layers. So what you can do is select elements you want to merge under the same layer and then right click and use the function merge stack layer. So we can try that for all the 4 that are in the top there to create something that looks like this. And we'll do that. We'll select this one, and then we will merge stack layer. Then we'll select this one, and we'll merge stack layer up here. Merge stack layer. You can actually see when I click down here, you get a possibility to rotate all these kind of things as well. Just gonna make this one a little bit bigger. So now it looks like this. We still have something a little bit weird here. Remember that we planned everything from the erection sequence. So this one here in the middle, what do we want to do with that one? We want to move it up or down. Select the hollow core that sits on layer 4, and then use the function below to get up a few layers. You can see the image of the button right here. Press the button 4 times to move it up, and you should see the following result. You can even rotate elements on a stack around the Y and Z axis by using the following commands as well. So let's do that. We'll go up here. We'll move our way upwards. 4 times up. Here we are. And as you can see, drag and move elements from the 3D view, just moving them directly, as you can see in the GIF. Don't do that. As we say in the training material, you can go in and you can do it. Then just remember to recalculate the placement afterwards if you get messed up a little bit. You can move it a little bit if you want it to the side. This one to the side. This one to the side a little bit also. So you can see I moved a little bit too much. It becomes red as a warning. You touch something. Are you sure you want to do it like that? That's fine. Or we can recalculate the placement again. So if you move the left side of the window to the right, you can review all the stack properties. An easy trick is that every column with a blue header can be edited by double-clicking on a field. So you can see up here, if we move that to the right, we have more fields. We can also scroll for even more. Everything which is blue, we can edit. Everything which is black, you can't touch. So create a transport from a stack. Select all of the stacks and choose to add them to a vehicle. Following pop-up will pop up. Select the date, use the element dates, and set the status to preliminary. Use the trailer template. Press OK. And then a transport number will be added for these stacks. Let's go ahead and do that as well. Select them all. Hit the auto transport button. Using the trailer. Load date and time you can change if you want. Then you can even write text notes, and you can have the status as planned or preliminary, as in this case. Hit OK. And we will get some transports. 1, 2, 3 transports. If you right click on one or multiple stacks, we'll get the options for editing, changing dates, and of course printing a nice stack report. This is not relevant for the training, but you can explore some of these options. So basically going into the stack, selecting something like this, right clicking it, change date, print, stack planning with the picture maybe even. And we'll just try to play around a little bit. So this works the exact same way as everything we did for the other stuff, such as cast planning, element labels, all of that. In this case here, you'll get a 3D picture and you'll get the stack layers and the numbering for the elements as well, and a picture of how it should look. So now it's time to open the transport module right next to the stack module. Select StruSoft Factory 1 and press refresh. Then all the transport will be shown in a list. The two modules are connected, means that if you make a change on the stack for a specific transport, it will automatically be applied. So what does it say? Try and move one hollow core of the stack from the stack module, then go back to the transport model and press refresh. The view has now changed. Important note, in the transport module, we can only drag and move the whole stack and not every element separately. If you want to move every element separately, then you need to go back to the stack module and do it from there. So we'll go to our transports. Choose a factory 1, hit refresh, just as mentioned in the training. You can see this is the one we edited before. The second one, we see that looks horrible. We should probably do like we did for this one. Hopefully you guys remember how to do that by now. And for this one, we can actually, according to the weight, we will actually be able to fit it. So a little bit like what you saw in the GIF on the training material, that you can move them around. Note also the center of gravities, pin pressure, and the axle pressure here. So for this one, we can see the transport. You can see, yeah, this is the order of erection, which is actually how we wanted to do it. But can we fix this somehow? Of course, you can go into your stack planning and you can restack, because this is completely out of the, this is not good. You could say it like that. But you can move the things around any way you want. So just by doing like this is by far the easiest way to control what you do here. So putting this one at the bottom, which means now I will actually ignore stack sequencing. But in my case, I will have to need to work with something, The same thing with this one. Spend a couple minutes on this just to get it right, or completely replan it, of course, by selecting one element at a time. You're free to do that also. merge these two. We can move them up. We don't have to move the others down. Maybe that's faster. I don't know. Depends. Again, now all of this will need to be lifted a couple times on the site, and is a little bit of a mess. But you get my drift is that you want to clean it up. You want to clear it up so that it becomes easy to work with and you can actually stack and transport it like that. If you have this one, and if we just make sure that it's refreshed, then you can see, well, the new layout we have. So creating automated transports is the next step. In this case, what we'll do is we'll select all the sandwich walls instead. Select all the sandwich walls on the model view and press auto transport. Well, that was pretty easy, wasn't it? Select the corresponding template truck, set status to preliminary, stack them according to the erection sequence, use the element dates, and then press OK. I'm going to use the erection sequence reversed just because I can. So what we're going to go in here, we're going to take all those sandwich panels, double click here, put them on the trailer, not the truck, and hit OK. So now we should get it like we have in the training material. A template using an A-frame, but the template is set up wrong. So we actually get some elements outside of the A-frame, if you can see like this here. That is completely on purpose for this training material here, because then we'll go in and edit them again, a little bit like with the Hollow course. If you go back to the stacks, they are also refreshed there. And then you can go in and you can actually change and edit it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the stack planning, refresh, and in our stacks here, we'll see the elements. So depending on how we want to stack them now, you can merge this in. And I'm not going to do it exactly the way maybe that the course will do it, but it depends a little bit on how you want it. So you could go in here and you can merge the elements. Merge the stack layers. Go in with these ones. Merge the stack layers. And again, if we actually can fit it, we'll see if we can merge the stack layers. Here we'll go. Now this is nice and tidy. Can we transport it like that? It's up to you again. You do set rules in the software. But you can get it to look exactly like you need it to, and in that order. If elements are red, that means they will be outside the predefined space. The color should turn back to normal otherwise. You can see in my color it was not red, but that depends on how you set up these templates. Important note, remember that the time you'll be using the software is way less than the time people gathering the elements from storage will use to optimally figure out how to load these on the vehicle. This means, of course, that the time I spend here sitting, going around this, saying, okay, we'll take, let's go to the stack again. So the time that I spent in here saying, okay, I need to merge something, I need to move something together. How am I going to do it so I can still lift it optimally, and so on and so forth. This time combined, we'll merge these also. You can see this takes me a few seconds to optimize this. Done again. If somebody had to lift the elements just one more time out on the site, you'll spend a lot of money and a lot of time on that. And in here you can immediately see exactly how you want it to be. So if you select one or multiple transports, you can print out the delivery note. Then you can get ready to scan it from the mobile app. Print multiple reports with or without a 3D picture. So what we want to do is we want to go in and print a transport planning for one of these ones here. And let's just go in for this one. I think he took number 7, right? Before we do that, let's just merge again this one. Make them all nice and tidy, clean, and that they will work. This will not fit actually, so we'll do something like this instead. Now we know we'll have to move that twice. That's fine. There we go. We right click. What we go in and do, we go in and then we say print stack planning, not stack planning, sorry. We go back. We are actually printing out a transport planning here in this case. So we go in, we select transport planning. We'll take this one here. We'll left click and we'll hit print, print our transport planning. And we'll have that here with the QR tag, the transport planning. Of course, you can add a picture here as well if that is what you want to do. So I think what we need to do is we need to get our phone. Sorry for this. We need to get our phone ready again. So when you scan this node in Impact Go, all the elements under the transport will be visible on a list. So this is the same thing as for the cast planner. So what we're going to do is we're just going to move this onto the side so we can easier see. There we go. And we have our phone here. So when you scan the node in Impact Go, element will be visible on a list. And it should be looking like something like this maybe. So let's take it up here. Scan it with the phone by clicking here. Here we go. It looks a little bit different as you can see, of course. This is because these elements here, of course, are in the Impact Go NG app. But also because if you remember that we put all of these on storage before. So you can see the status on the training here is 40, but the status for us is 50. As it says here, the status can be changed by setting the header to transport to on waybill, for example. If the elements are produced and in storage, the status will change to 80. So you can see here, if they are produced and on storage, meaning if they are status 50, then the status will change to 80 on waybill. So let's go in and do this. Hit transport status, on waybill, set. Now it means they are on waybill, the status has changed to 80 and they are dark blue. We'll just follow down along. You can see this changed a little bit differently than what we clicked. And the transport now can only be set to delivered if the delivery date is the same as today's day. So to change the delivery date, we'll need to right click, edit the transport and change both the load and delivery date. So basically now we've set it to waybill, but we can't deliver it. So let's go into the project manager. Let's go to the transport planning. Let's go to this one here. We can just hit refresh. You can see it's on the waybill. We will edit the transport, load and delivery date, load date yesterday, delivery date today. Put it here, hit OK. So we should actually be able to deliver it. So here you can see all the elements up here on storage, some are on waybill and so on. So should we actually deliver it? Then let's just check back. When that is done, the transport can be set to delivered. So you can see we right click, set the status to delivered inside the actual project manager here. Of course, you can do the same thing in the phone app. We'll do it here, so we use both. Set status, delivered. Once you set the status to delivered, if we go back and look at our phone, we'll actually see the status is now 90 delivered. The elements have moved away from your storage and cannot be found there anymore. Note, if you change the element color on the model view to transport or stack, the color will change to the corresponding transport or stack color. So let's try and do that also. You can see we have the transport colors here: red, orange, yellow, green, another green, bluish, gray, purple. We go to transport. We'll see that reflected here. Same thing if we go to our stacks. We'll go to stack. Colors are reflected here. If we take the whole floor one, you can see that the actual hollow cores that we were planning before also have their nice stack colors, of course. So let's continue to the next part of the training here. The next part here is elements delivered and erected on site, which is not a big one. It's quite simple. So if you are erecting the elements yourself, you like to do this also. If you are the company relevant or responsible for the erection. So once they have been erected, what you can do is you can go in and mark all the elements in the model, right click them, set to erected. Let's try to do that. We'll go into the model. Where do we have it? We have it here. Just go back to our sandwich panels, status, the ones that were delivered, right click, and we'll set them to erected instead. Set erected. So just updating everything to make sure everything is there. You can see they went from delivered to actually erected. Now we have a lot of purple elements which are on storage. We have some elements which are already erected. If we go back to the model here, you can see in the training itself, there are some different colors, but this is simply because the training material is a little bit different from what we actually did, because if you remember correctly, we're using the mobile phone quite a lot with the storages. It's important to note that the status color view is now really important, as anybody with a basic understanding of the system can look into the model to see exactly what the stage of the project is at any point in time. So if we go into that again, and you can see, well, the status here is not so much just with this floor, but if we just with these sandwich panels, but if we go to the floor, suddenly we'll see, okay, different colors. Hollow cores, some are orange, the other slabs are blue. If we go to the whole building, again, you'll get light blue, you'll get gray, you'll get white, following along the colors here. Even going to the summary tab, you can see the status of the elements themselves as well. So we do have something called the follow-up tab, which is actually not covered in the training itself, but for the ones that are really interested in the follow-up tab, which basically is a Gantt chart giving you the dates and the times that you got to do different processes of the elements, you're very welcome to have a look at. I'll just control click this one, this tip on YouTube, where we have Thomas explaining how to do this project follow-up, and you can already see here in the Gantt chart. He explains this in 10 minutes, so for those of you guys who are interested, please go into this video here, watch that. You can follow that along as a supplement to this tutorial, of course. So to sum up everything, we have prepared an exercise, and this will help you glue all the training together and start using the software as optimally as possible. So basically, once you're done with the exercise, jump in, start to try to do your own projects. You have our blessing to do so then. So if you want to continue with the final summary exercise, press here. And that takes us to the final exercise. So let's do it. First, open Project Manager, PM, Project Manager, and the model that you have imported called name01. Let's just go ahead and close the Project Manager. So opening it, Project Manager 17.1, and we will need to open the project called Nikolai underscore 01, because that's the one we created, of course, in this case. So let's open our project manager here. It popped up on the other screen, so we'll just take it, find the project. If it's not in recent, what do we do then? Well, then we hit open, and then we search for it. There we go. There it is. Open. First step done. Perfect. Great. Then as it's opening and generating a 3D model, let's look at the second step. Activate all the necessary modules. Do you remember what a module is? If you don't, then thank God that I do, because then you can just follow what I do here. The modules, and what are the necessary modules? Well, basically activate cast planning, erection planning, simulate probably also if we want to do that, stack planning and transport planning. We can activate more if needed. That's step 2. Step 3, create a new view layout of all the tabs in Project Manager. Okay, so we want to create a new view layout. Go to view. We have our layouts. So how do we want this one to look? Well, I'm just gonna make this one a little bit bigger then. And I might take my element IDs in this case. I can always move it afterwards just to play around with it here. I'll put the element IDs over here, and I'll have my model view just straight here in the middle. That's fine, I guess. I'll make that a little bit smaller, but I still want to be able to see when I mark something like this here. That's fine for me. Layouts. I'm going to save this one. X2. Save. That was number 3. Create a new floor and copy elements in the project browser. How did we do that? You can even revisit the corresponding chapter here if you completely forget. You can also just follow along with this video. We go to building, we go to floors, we create a new floor, right click new. Now we have 5 floors instead. But we want to get the elements up there as well. Remember that. So we take 4, 4, copy the elements. You can copy elements and marks as well if you want to change the element marks. Here we go, 129 elements copied. Now we have 5 floors instead. It's gonna, exactly, it's gonna just update just in a second here, which it did. Go back to the exercise again. Filter out the second floor and add the erection sequence. Simulate the erection sequence of floors 1 and 2 together. You can revisit the corresponding chapter here. So now it starts to put, a little bit of requirements on us to actually use the software properly. So first of all, I'm just going to go in. We've done so many other things. Actually, I'm going to move this one back because I don't like it there. We'll just move it back. or we'll take Nix and apply that one instead. Here we go. So take the second floor and make the erection sequence. You can see our starting number here is 131. Was that actually where we ended up on floor 1? Let's go to element IDs. Let's just check the erection sequence here. 130, 131. Perfect. Just to make sure you haven't done something, you know, so you don't start from where the software immediately would like you to start. I'm going to hide my cranes here. I'm going to take floor 2. And now I'm going to do the erection sequencing. Control Shift. That was not so good. We'll do Control Shift like that. And just Control to mark them. We're going to do the whole floor, because that's what training asks that to do. Doing this one more time, than what you already did, will also cement this in. And you'll really learn how to do it. Now again, this time when you do it, the order, you don't have to make it any order that the training material asks you to do. The important thing is that you do it. And maybe you'll do it in an order that, well, you would do in your business. Here we go. Add elements, columns, beams, hollow cores, pre-stressed slabs, add elements, form slabs, you can see I'm switching in between Control Shift and Control. And the regular slabs, add elements, apply. So now it's applying all of them. We'll go to Erection. All looks good in green. Or we can even check it in the Erection tab afterwards anyways. That's it. Did it ask us to simulate floor 1 and 2 as well, as far as I remember? So what we're going to do is go into simulate, don't show unplanned elements, put the speed up, press play. Now it's doing floor 1. Let's see if it continues with floor 2. Let's see if we're satisfied. If we're not, well, you can go back to the training and you can check out how you actually edit and change it or clear it and make a new one. So now this looks really good. And it will keep going like this. Well, we better just make it proper, continue it all the way. We'll let it go into the second floor a little bit. Now, okay, we've seen it. So here it continues up, makes the rest. This is great. So let me just pause it, go back. So that's it for that one. So let's go back to the training. We did that. Add target dates to the elements according to the erection sequence. Revisit the corresponding chapter here. Okay. We'll go back, we'll add target dates to the elements. For floor 2, go to IDs, we'll take erection sequence. We'll start from the top like this. We'll say erection dates. What we can actually do now, we can go in and check also, what are the other erection dates that we have? When do we stop erecting? Do we want to start from then? Maybe if we're lucky, we can do it by Christmas. We have to be a little bit fast then, I think. So the 17th, maybe we'll do it over Christmas in this case. 17th, well, let's start on the 18th then. You can also see this in different ways, but just my easy first way to do this. Planning, set date, 18th of December, apply. Planning, set date, 19th of December. Planning, set date, 20th of December. And we see, okay, we'll say, you can finish the rest of the wall in one day. Set date, 21st, Saturday, 22nd, Sunday, 23rd. Here we go. The columns and the beams. Gonna do those in a day also. Planning, set date. So the 24th, which is Christmas, Christmas Eve, you call it, will only work in the morning maybe. They'll only make it a little bit there. We get to a holo course. Planning, set date. So now I know I'm very well aware that I'm just doing the same thing again and again. We're not working on the 25th, the 26th. These are public holidays. Friday, the 27th, probably not working either, as well as New Year's. So in most cases, we're probably not going to do anything until at least Thursday the 2nd or even Monday the 6th. So we'll start from Monday the 6th. We'll go ahead here, planning again, set date, 7th. Form slabs. Planning, set date. I'm getting aware that this is, maybe boring to follow along. Maybe you don't do it in all of these at once, but this is actually really good as an exercise because once you've done this enough times that you think it's boring or that you think, okay, now I've done it enough times, then you're sure to remember it. So 10th of January, we'll hit save and it's going to backward calculate all of our dates, of course, just as we had before. Perfect, nice. So add target dates to all the elements, which we did. Took a few minutes by me talking at the same time. Add controls to the elements of the second floor. Okay, controls, element controls to the elements on the second floor. We'll mark them all. We'll add element controls to all of the elements. Hit OK. If you remember from the training before this, is that you're allowed to work. You don't have to wait for it to add all these controls to all these elements. It is finished adding the controls once you get this pop-up saying element controls are added. So we can continue in the meantime as it is adding the controls. What is the next thing we should do? That takes us to 7. And now we actually go already to number 8, where create preliminary transports and stacks according to the delivery dates that you have set. Okay, so instead of doing cast and so on, what we're just going to do is transport and stacks in this case here. That's the exercise, okay? Well, let's do that then. Create preliminary transport and stacks according to the delivery dates that you have set. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go in to the project manager, and I'm going to take all my sandwich walls. I'm going to make transports of that. You can remember there's still some. I'm going to create new ones. Auto transport on. Oh, no, I don't remember if it was trailers or trucks, actually. Element controls are finished as well. We'll hit OK. We'll go in. Maybe we'll do the same for the hollow cores again, just like we did before. And we'll do that in the stack instead. Hollow cores, hollow core horizontal. You can see the load and delivery date here is quite different, but it uses the date, so it's quite simple for us to do this. Just refresh everything. These ones don't have trucks. We'll just look at this one to see if we did it correctly, which we did. Go to stack planning, put these ones on. Trucks maybe. Again, we'll see. This depends on the template itself again. And I forget because it's a template that somebody else has made, which is why it's important you have your own, of course. Well, the truck is fine for this actually. We'll go in, put these ones on, trim them on. I don't think that was part of the exercise, but it never hurts to just do that properly as well. All good. So let's go back to the exercise. Open up Resource Manager from the second floor according to the transport planning dates, sizes, and element types, and add elements on the cast planner. Well, let's do that as well. We'll just keep to the walls and the hollow cores again, just to not make this video too long and boring. You guys, you can take whatever you want. Take the columns, take the beams. So open up Resource Manager and add elements to the cast planner. This is both according, again, to the transport planning, dates, the sizes, the element types. Do it in the way that you would need to do it. So we'll open up the Resource Manager and we will go to the Planning tab. We will go and we will filter out the elements here. Let's just refresh. And the elements from the second floor also. So now it starts to be complicated. How do we filter out the elements on the second floor? Adding a little bit in to get you guys thinking a little bit also. So you can see here, okay, floor, 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 floor. Where do we have the actual floor of the elements? We don't. Okay. Well, let me go in and check to see if I can find floor here. Floor. Floor. Just gonna move it a little bit. So floor, put that up here, maybe even. Floor 2. There we have the elements. So you can see now transport and stack numbers. We have the sandwich walls. What we can also do is we can also split it into element type, making it even easier for us. We can also split it into dates, planned production date. Okay, so now we basically have a plan of what to do. So the sandwich panels here, which are 30, we need to produce them on the 12th, the 13th, and the 16th. That means just, for me, we'll start on the 12th, finish no later than the 16th. We'll go to the sandwich panel factory. And we will go to the 12th. We'll go to the calendar view also, check the 12th and the time around that. As you can see here, it looks pretty okay, the 12th and the 13th. So here we can even go in, we can do like this. Select them all. And now again, you can see transport and stack. Do we need this in correspondence with what we're doing? Are we going to produce them according to the transport and the stacks? Well, let's do that also. But you can actually see that some of the elements that need to be finished a day later, we can deliver them a day before and so on and so forth. So you want everything to match. In my case, what I'm going to do here is just taking it like this. For example, all these 28 elements like this. You can see plannable 28. You can drag it down, but you can also, since I marked down here, press plan. And I want it to be the erection sequence because that means it's easier for me to put it on the stacks. Please use all of the tables. It takes 1 day. So now it's going to plan that down for us. And you can see it basically takes both the 12th and the 13th for this, which is perfectly fine. And if you check now, we have the sandwich walls on floor 2, but now we can't see which ones are already planned and which ones are not planned. So we can actually add an extra field here again for filtering. I'll do that at least, which is the status. And the status have ended. Where's the status? Let's see. Status is right here. Sorry, that's me. We can use the status as well. So we can actually see. Ah, well, okay. I'll do like this instead. Status and production date. So 30, which are already planned, but 15, which 2, sorry, which are not, which have status 15. Again here, these ones, they need to be produced on the 16th. That is perfectly fine. We can pull them down like this instead. Let's double click and go in and look at our sandwich wall planning here. Let's go in, let's look at 5 days, all the tables, hit save. We'll be able to see everything we just planned from these ones here. There we go. And we have the weekend, we're not doing anything there. We have the Monday as well, but that's fine. Let's just do the same thing again with the holo cores, just because these are so different. You know, the wall panels are similar to the sandwich panels. If you have a carousel, it's a little bit different. You know, if you're doing pre-stressed beams, pre-stressed columns, uh, not pre-stressed columns, pre-stressed beams is similar to that. You have it different again. So we'll have the hollow core. In this case, there's no reason to look at so many days. I'm pretty sure we can, plan everything in one day anyways. Let's look at the hollow core. The hollow core, all of state is 15. None of them are planned. Let's go in then and see. Okay, some of them need to be in the 31st of December, no later than the 31st of December. Why is that? Because we set that as a working day. Some of them need to be no later than the 1st of January, which is for me not very good. I should probably have set those as holidays in my calendar. But anyways, let's go to this one. Let's go to the calendar view and let's maybe go to the 23rd just to check. Can we do it on the 23rd? It looks like we can. Last day before Christmas. Why not finish it up then? You know, it's free anyways. Again, according to the transports, you can take one transport at a time. Take it down. You can also, again, do the erection sequence reversed, which is going to fit with the transports also. And let me just hold, I didn't hold down control now. There we go. So now all of these are marked. December 23rd. Hollow core 1, 2, and 3. Auto do it, erection sequence or reversed or selection order, anything like this, or take one stack at a time. Again, this is why it suggests this. So now we'll put these ones down. These are planned as well. Just go in and check just to see. The state is changed to 30. Everything changed. Looks good. Well, I don't know what was part of the exercise, but let's just go into our building. Just update this. And let's change the element color to status instead. So we should see some different colors now. And now we'll just let it update all the 5 floors at once, of course. Here we go. Go to the status. So now you can see different colors going up to through the floors. We can see here when it's finished loading, it just needed a little bit of time. That normally, again, I think it's mentioned in the training also, you don't need to press refresh. But since we're sitting and doing everything on the same PC here and acting as everybody, well, we'll need to do it here. We're doing it from resource manager to project manager and so on and so forth. If we go into the planning itself also, to the sandwich panels, or to the hollow core, let's look at the hollow core. And then go to December 23rd, double click. I'm gonna get the same again. You have the hollow cores here. Selecting a hollow core in the model on floor 2. We'll select the hollow core here. I selected on floor 1 before. This is why I didn't select anything. So on the next one, open the mobile app, scan a cast report, and then fill out all of the controls. Okay. We still have the mobile app here, the Impact Go mobile app. scan a cast report. We'll go in here, go to wall panels and slabs, and then you can see now I'm looking at production dates down here. The planned production date is 12th of December. I'm going to go to 12th of December, and let's just let it update. Oh, that's wall panels and slabs, that's why. Sorry. Let's go to sandwich panels. So you'll probably do somewhat the same as I do here. Sandwich panels here, 12th of December. I'm going to show just one day again. Keep it a little bit more simple. Save. And what did it say? Do all of the controls. Well, let's print out this one then. Print. Did it say element label or cast? Scan a cast report, then fill out all the reports. Then we're going to do that. Print out cast report. Then let me see if I can show you guys my phone again. Cast report, the phone. We will scan. There we go. Do all of the controls. Click this element here. Click I. Click element control. Standard pre-production control. It's fine. We can just select it and say, yes, the formwork is done. Yes, the reinforcement is produced and accounted for. All the measurements are fine. I'm not going to write the measurements here. I think you get my point. Save. Simple checks. Saved. Save. Then we've done the control here. You can see this date is changing now and the color changing. We're going to go in. We're going to do the same thing on the other element, of course. Element control. Standard pre-production control. Yes, yes. No remark. Just you can write something here as well. Measure checks. Again, all is good. You would normally need to write, of course, well, 26, 16. Do your measurements, do your actual controls. But for the sake of this exercise, it's not that important. Save. That's it. Now we have taken the two elements on this one. We have done the controls. These are planned for production. Stays 35, which means planned and approved. Set the elements that you performed controls on to produced from the mobile app. Then perform post-production controls in the app with pictures. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go in, there we go, to the cast. This is produced, save. Now the color and the state is changed again. State is 40. And what did it say? Now perform. Let's move this one to the side just a little bit here so you guys can see. To produce from the mobile app, then perform post-production controls in the app with pictures. That's fine. Click the element here, element control, take the production control. Yes, the element has been produced. Yes, the recipe is okay. Yes, it has been demolded. Measuring checks. All good again. Here we go. We can add more controls as well. We can also inspect here. Take a photo to add an image. We will add an image of some office space here. You can see some nice pictures of my kids as well. We'll hit save. Here we go. Save. So now you'll see that element change the status as well. We'll take the last one, element control, standard production control, select, fine, fine, fine. Of course, when you're doing the controls, you're doing them for real. So it should take the time that it takes. You have to write what is the measurements. You have to write that these things are okay, because otherwise it's not a control. But again, for the purpose of the exercise itself, for the training, this is just fine. Now create disorders for two elements. Okay, we have these two elements then. Issues, disorders. We'll create disorders, assign them to Thomas. Reason, production, demolding, cracking. Cracking, you can see I did it in two at the same time here. But you can of course do more. Create, again here, attach a picture and so on, but I've created the same disorder on two elements now. What is the next step here? Create a rejection for a produced element and then replan it. And we'll take one of our elements here, SW1010, issues, rejection, or did we want to do it on the actual PC instead for the replanning part? Let's do that instead. SW1010. So let's go back to the project manager and reject the element. Oh wait, we need to just refresh because we're doing everything on the phone at the same time. So now what I'm going to do, since I need to replan it, I'm going to show the next 5 days. The 12th. So now we can actually have it replanted automatically. Here we go. So we can do it Saturday or Monday, probably December 16th. Table number 4 is empty. Then, so we'll reject this one. And then we'll get ready to replan it on the 16th. Here we go. Description, broken element. Hit OK. Element is rejected and it is replanned as well. There we go with the replanning. So let's get back to our training material here. Set the elements that are produced and approved to its storage location in the system. So we have here on the phone, I'm just going to update it. One is rejected. Now we only have one which is produced and approved. That's fine because that's the cast we did on that day. Now we're demolding them. Now we need to move them somewhere, of course. So we'll take this one here. And we'll move it to storage. Storage number 5. Store. That's the only thing we could do. But now I'm actually looking further down below because then it says put them in the storage location in the system, the ones that are produced and approved. Scan delivery dockets. Transport planning reports of transports. Elements should be set to produced in the cast planner and then set the status on waybill from Impact Go. Revisit the corresponding chapter here. Okay, so now it becomes even more complex because we need to follow this along and so on. This is not the exact process of when you're working with it yourself, but it's challenging us a little bit to do this. So for the delivery dockets and so on, to scan them, change it to waybill. If you remember, we need to have the elements produced. So in my case here, I'm going to go into the calendar for my sandwich panels, and I'm going to go to here. And again, cutting corners here, just, the video, this will keep going forever. If we do everything, well, that's the whole point, is to keep going forever, isn't it? Set to produced. So of course, they'll be produced. They're not going to be approved. We can do element controls on the rest of the elements as well if we want to. You don't have to. It's again about your process. We'll go to the transport planning. What did it say? Status should be on waybill from impact go. So scan the delivery dockets. Transports. So we'll take one of the new ones, which is this one. Print. This one is also a newer one. Print out transport planning. Print. I'm gonna scan this. Just gonna show you the phone again. Here we go. Set the transport from preliminary to on waybill. Here we go. So now you can see it's on waybill. But what did we need to do before is on waybill? We need to just show to have a storage location. So at the same time here, this is picked up from storage number 4, it's on the way. So you can see now I cut through the process a little bit. So when you get comfortable with using it, of course you use it with the flow that it works in the real life, but you need to know the tools, of course, first. So produce and approve to a storage location in the system. These ones weren't produced and approved, but they were produced, but we didn't have storage. So we say, okay, now we're going to pick them up. We pick them up for storage number 4. They are on the way. Change the transport date to today's date and set the elements to delivered. And we'll do that. We'll go into Project Manager again. Change the date. No change date. We'll edit transport to today. Set to yesterday. Set to today. Okay. Set status. To delivered. We probably need to refresh it in here. There we go. Now these ones are set to actually be delivered as well. If we look here, these are delivered, these are delivered. This is the ones we went through in the training. And we'll go back here. Set elements delivered. Open the resource manager and review the workload and production tabs with different filtering settings. Go in, go to the workload. In the resource manager, the workload tab. And then different filters, production date for that year. We want to look at sandwich panels maybe. Want to do a chart. We want to look at mass or volume, whatever. So the thing here is to be specific about what it is that you want to see, of course. So then we'll see, okay, well, this is actually, you should maybe take it forward a little bit. Because this was looking in the past, which is actually great also, but it depends on what you want to do. And of course, in the past, you will have no rough planning. This is only because this is this, what you call it, tryouts database. Where we do something like this project that you've done right now, and you don't finish the whole thing, but you play around with it, or whatever you want to call it. So there we go. Now we can see what is fine planned to be done in December up until the 16th of December, or the week of the 16th of December, 16 tons of elements then. This is sandwich walls. If you want to take both sandwich walls and hollow core, well, just mark hollow core as well. So doing the different filters again. And let it load the data in. This is filtering out for approximately 6 months of production. Now it's going to look for the hollow cores as well. So just taking a couple of seconds and it's ready. Yeah, and now we have up until the 23rd producing hollow cores and walls. Now it's a mix, of course. Going into the production tab, production date from, we can take today, from today to February. Again, let's look at sandwich and hollow core maybe. Maybe look at the project. You know, the exercise was just try a couple different filters, get what you want to get. Element type by week, do a chart, do it by net area instead. Include rejected, and here we'll get instead net area produced by week in that project of both hollow core and wall. Sandwich wall, sorry. Only hollow core, well, everything's being done in this week, 228 square meters of hollow core. Or has been done actually in this case. So let's move back here. What does it say? Different filtering settings, revisited, repeat for floor 3 and 4. So for obvious reasons, I'm not going to repeat it in this video here because we're going to do the exact same thing. If you do it and when you do it for floor 3 and number 4, shake it up a little bit. Make non-conformance for more elements, or maybe just plan the whole thing out as you would for a regular project. It can be one floor, it could be 2, 3, 4, 5 floors, as we even have in the project now. Well, it's all up to you. Spend that extra day or half getting acquainted with it, and you should basically be good to go. Taking us back to the table of contents, you finished the training. Congratulations. We'll see you out there, and good wins, good luck on using Impact Production on your own business as well. So that's it for this tutorial. That's it for me going through the tutorial as well. Hopefully, we'll see you in another one. Bye bye.